There's nothing like spending a week at the lake. In my experience, La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake is the perfect getaway. Owned by Martinsburg residents, it's only 2 hours away. Whether it's lounging on the spacious deck with amazing views or relaxing in the hot tub, it just doesn't get better than La Bella Vita. With plenty of space for family and friends, this 5-bedroom, 5.5-bathroom home is the perfect luxury mountaintop retreat. Inside, you'll find an extremely well-furnished home that features 2 master bedrooms, an 85-inch TV for everybody, and a fully accessible kitchen and dining area, with everything your entire family will need. Our family enjoyed roasting s'mores at the fire pit in the evenings, and by day, exploring much of the 3,900 acres that makes up Deep Creek Lake. The community has several excellent restaurants and lots of family and friendly activities, and they're all just a short distance away. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor-Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales at 301-750-2182.
If you or someone you know suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team, with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center, 400 West Stevens Street, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley-Morgan County Health Department.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, The Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Friends of Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, The Medch and Ferretti Law Firm, Kelly Allstate Agency, Milestone Realty, Miller Honda, The Mid-Atlantic Group, The Mirius Group, Orsini's Home Store, The Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford, Rocks, Sunset Car Wash, The Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance, and WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center provide.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
We're going live in 10 seconds.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Riverside High School as the Martinsburg Bulldogs get ready to take on the Riverside Beavers. Martinsburg coming in at 6-0, Riverside sitting at 5-2. I'm Nick Verzolini. Alongside me is Spencer Dupuis for this exciting matchup between two teams that have never met, obviously. Riverside out of Ohio, kind of a weird matchup here. A 6-hour drive for Martinsburg, but they're here, they're ready to play. And Spencer, it's an intriguing game, obviously, to see an out-of-state opponent for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they're here. Their fans are here. A lot of Bulldog fans traveling, a lot of Bulldog fans already here an hour before kickoff. Great atmosphere Saturday afternoon. The rain that looked like it was in the forecast right now has stayed away, so it's going to be a good afternoon of football here in Paynesville, Ohio.
Yeah, this is a Riverside program that's kind of on the rise. They just made got their first playoff win, I believe Coach Boers told us in 2018. So they're definitely not, on the same level as Martinsburg in terms of playoff success, but a team that is building a program here in Riverside. And obviously Martinsburg comes in kind of big favorites, but this should be, a big or an interesting matchup.
Yeah, it definitely should be an interesting matchup with Riverside of Ohio coming in at 5-2 on the season. Martinsburg obviously undefeated so far on the campaign with 3 more games after this one before they get the bye in the last week of the season. But everything that we've seen so far, it seems like this Riverside team is a run-first team. They have a lot of rushing yards on the season, and Martinsburg's going to have to stop their run.
Yeah, they are a heavy run team, and obviously the Bulldogs like to spread it around. So it's kind of two different styles going at it today, and a different atmosphere as well. We have Saturday afternoon football opposed to your normal, Friday night football. So not only a long trip for the Bulldogs, but also playing in a different scenario than what they're used to. I mean, both teams typically play on Fridays, but obviously sleeping in your own bed, only having to drive a few minutes to the school opposed to having to drive 6 hours for a game could play a factor today.
Yeah, it could play a factor, but they stayed in a hotel in the Cleveland area last night. They visited the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's Martinsburg. They visited, and then they went and they visited the Cleveland Browns Stadium. Didn't get to go inside. I think it was a little after 7 or something, maybe 6:30. But they got to look at that, and then they went to their hotel and had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, so they were able to kind of experience a little bit of different things, which Coach Sherman really talked about. Wanting to get to do different things like travel to different states if they have to and play these types of games because it allows the kids to see things that they normally wouldn't get or may not get the opportunity to do. So, that's definitely great for Martinsburg.
Yeah, I think that's great, and I think that's kind of what the going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame was. We'll hear more about that in the interview that I did with head coach Sherman, and I think that that's just some cool things that you're able to do. Yeah, you have to travel far for some of your games, but you get to experience things that you just said not many people get to experience. Not many people have been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I mean, not many teenagers can say they've been there, and I just think that's a great experience they were able to do yesterday.
Yeah, definitely, especially getting that trip in. But on the Riverside side of things, this is a program, as we mentioned, kind of on the rise, and as Coach Boers talked about. This has been a long journey for them in some ways because they had some financial issues, and you can tell that they've really invested in this program. This is a great stadium here at Riverside to play this game.
Yeah, definitely, and great stadium, and they got a visiting press box. We're in our own press box over here on the visiting side. It's nice. Window opens. We went to the Salem game. We had a visiting press box. That window didn't open for us, so it's nice to have some open air.
You did have rain for that game, though, so you might have left it closed anyway, but not the case here so far today. Looks like a beautiful day for high school football, so we'll take a quick break. This is the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. W. Harley Miller Systems providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. On the other side of this break, Spencer and I will recap the EPAC high school football action from last night. This is West Virginia High School Football on WRNR TV on YouTube and TV10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
When you've been in a wreck, you're hurting, you're confused, the insurance company's calling you.
Insurance companies are not your friend. They have a duty to their shareholders, not to you. That's why you need to call us to make sure that you are maximizing what you are entitled to.
We've recovered over $100 million for our clients. Every case is different, no result is guaranteed. But one thing's for sure, we'll treat you like family.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
Welcome back to Riverside High School in Paynesville, Ohio. Nick Verzley, Spencer Dupuis here on the pregame show. Spencer, let's take a look back at high school football from last night. We'll call it the Rocks scoreboard, or check of the area scoreboard, brought to you by Rocks Local Markets with convenient locations around the Eastern Panhandle. Rocks, fast, fresh, friendly. Spencer, you guys had the game last night. Matt Miller and you had the call for Hedgesville and Musselman, and not the game we expected heading in.
Not the game at all. I was really expecting it to be a hard-fought, potentially a barn-burner game, but it just seemed like Hedgesville just couldn't get going. It really seemed like that Martinsburg game where they just couldn't get anything going at all, and it was 35-0, and Musselman getting their quarterback back, and Adamas is legit.
Yeah, Ray Adamas, he has found a way to now provide Musselman with a little bit more than they maybe expected because he's such a good athlete. He's able to throw the ball and run the ball effectively out of the backfield. And now that they're kind of using him as a quarterback option as well, he had a good game. They had a few different guys have really strong games for them. So, Musselman, again, as Matt talked about last night on the post game, if they run the table, they'll definitely have a shot at the postseason. It's going to be a tough task with some good teams coming up on their schedule, but, maybe heading in, we thought Hedgesville had a shot. I don't know if they're quite there yet based on their performance last night, but still a chance for them to make the playoffs as well. So, a game that certainly, I think, told us a lot about maybe the future of the regular season.
Yeah, and I think, it's just being able to get healthy for Musselman. They came out week one, and they played extremely well, and they got the win. And then when they played Martinsburg, they got a lot of players injured. They knew it was going to be a bad game. They started out that game very well, trying to pull some different things to get the momentum swinging in their favor, and it just couldn't pull the rest of the way because of the injuries that occurred during that game. So Musselman now looks like they're at full strength and pushing themselves for the playoff race.
Yeah, definitely. Jefferson gets the win over James Wood of Virginia, 33-14. This Jefferson team remaining undefeated here at 7-0, and now we'll have a week off before taking on this very Martinsburg Bulldogs team. So it's likely that those two teams could be undefeated heading into that game, and certainly set up what would be a huge matchup in the EPAC and probably determine who's going to get a top 2 seed come playoff time as well.
Yeah, I think that'll be the EPAC game of the year. We've talked about it for the last few weeks, and Jefferson, if they just keep on trucking, then they may fall into a bad loss against Martinsburg, but that's Martinsburg for you. But they can still come in and be the second, third, or fourth seed into the playoffs this year if they can win out the other games.
And a big win as well for Spring Mills. They sneak past Frankfort 21-20 in a thriller last night. And I think this was a game that kind of proved us something about Spring Mills. We knew Frankfort was one of the better 2A teams in the state of West Virginia. And for Spring Mills, it was going to be a challenge, but we really hadn't seen them rise to the challenge so far. So a good win for Spring Mills last night, Spencer. And, now coming to 3-3, if you counting the Washington forfeit victory. Washington was on bye last night, so a big win for Spring Mills.
Yeah, definitely a huge win for Spring Mills, and they're going to face this Martinsburg team next week. So I don't know how much the momentum is going to swing past this coming week.
Yeah, we'll take some other big AAA scores. Huntington destroys Woodrow Wilson last night, 63-0, so they will remain most likely as the number 1 team in the state. University beats Albert Gatlin of Pennsylvania, 36-14. They remain undefeated. Bridgeport destroyed Preston last night, 72-0. Bridgeport remaining undefeated as well. Cabell Midland getting the win over Capital. That game was canceled at halftime due to lightning, and Capital took the forfeit loss, 14-0. The final there, Oak Hill beating Greenbrier East, so an upset there, a top 10 upset. The Spring Valley game was postponed against Fairmont Senior. They'll now play that one on October 22nd.
Yeah, that was actually postponed, I think, a week and a half ago due to Fairmont Senior's COVID outbreak.
And then some teams fighting for the last few spots in the playoffs. Hurricane beating Lincoln County 34-6. And St. Albans getting a win over Ripley 26-24. So those are some of the noteworthy scores around the main Mountain State. That was your Rocks Check at the Area scoreboard, brought to you by Rocks Local Markets with convenient locations around the Eastern Panhandle. Rocks, fast, friendly. We'll take another 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll have more here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show.
Home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Yeah. So we're back at like 240. Or 230 probably. So like 5 seconds. Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuis here at Riverside High School as Martinsburg and Riverside getting ready to do battle. Spencer, let's talk about the Bulldogs so far this season as they are the visiting team. And, Martinsburg obviously undefeated. They've been very impressive so far. And this will be their 3rd out-of-state game, so another challenge for them going on the road. But as we talked about kind of earlier, they like going on the road. They like kind of getting off the bus and playing football, arriving here last night, as we mentioned. But, it certainly is a talented team and a team that's performed well, whether it be at home or on the road this season.
Yeah, and I think definitely that it's the culture of the team. I mean, it's just what they do. They just perform well no matter what it is, no matter where the game is, they're going to perform well.
And this team has also dealt with a lot of injuries this year. Obviously, Braxton Todd has been the big name who's been missing a lot of games. Not officially ruled out for the season, could return for the postseason, but
I mean, it's a hamstring injury.
Yeah.
We'll hear from Coach Sherman later in the broadcast, and it's just, it's something that kind of lingers.
But they've had players step up like Xavion Kendall, who's done a nice job at the running back position.
Yeah, and I think the ability for Murphy Clement to run a lot as well. He's got 613 yards on the season on 59 attempts. So the ability for him to do extremely well in the running game is helpful as well. And, a guy like Eric King coming in, getting some time at running back, averaging 9.8 a pop on 5 carries for 49 yards. In the few times he's been in so far, without, where Xavion Kendall would probably be starring with Braxton Todd if Braxton was healthy enough. It's nice to see that change of pace back with Eric King.
Yeah, it's a good point. They have been able to rely on a lot of different guys in that backfield. And, we saw, too, how much injuries affected a team like Musselman. And I think the big difference between Martinsburg and a lot of the other teams in the state is they have guys behind the starters that can play at a really high level. Now, obviously, they haven't been hit with the injury bug quite as hard as a team like Musselman was. But, they've prevailed over that. And another injury, Kai Walker's done for the year, so they've missed him out on the outside. But guys like Hudson Clement have played well. Roman Pearson, Cassius Gideon as well.
I believe Cash Gideon those out today.
He is out, so there you go. So they'll be without him. But, that's just another example. Some guys will step up probably today and make some plays that we haven't really seen a lot from this season.
Yeah, and it'll determine, how much, I would like to see how much they use the 2-quarterback system today. See how much we see Clement or Bajan out there today. I guess it just depends on, Coach Sherm says he likes to run with who's hot and how they're playing during the game, so it'll just be determined on how everything's going.
Yeah, it's definitely given them a different dynamic on the offensive side of the ball. Over on the defense has been pretty lights out as well. A lot of the same guys making plays, but guys like Jacob Barrett, Cam Shallis at linebacker certainly have flown around quite a bit, and the Clement brothers making plays in the secondary as well. So this is a very talented defense, and Aiden Fleming, Christian Slack up front, those guys wreck some havoc as well.
Yeah, and we'll hear from Christian Slack later on in the in the huddle segment. Got to catch up with him, and he's a character for sure.
Yeah, he definitely had some funny moments with you during that interview, and it's a good defense. What do you think they'll have to do today? Obviously going up against a Riverside team that likes to run the football a lot. They've seen that, though, already this season, and so far have been, good against the run, especially in their last game against Washington.
Yeah, and, I haven't seen too much tape on this Riverside team, but I'm not too certain if they run the wing style of offense or not, or they just run the ball out of regular sets.
Looks like they're in kind of a shotgun normal formation that you see. Based on what I've seen, they're very similar to Martinsburg in terms of ways they line up, but they just rely on the run a little bit more than the Bulldogs do. So, they have good athletes out there, and it will be a challenge for both the defense and the offense to keep pace with that. But obviously, the Bulldogs looking for any challenge. As we mentioned, both these teams kind of were scrambling for a game leading up to this one. So we'll take another 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, Spencer will be joined by head coach Britt Sherman. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and the WRNR TV YouTube channel.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front-end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
Hi, my name's Corey, and I'm here at Orsini's in beautiful Martinsburg, West Virginia. We no longer specialize in only appliances. We have kitchen design, countertops, cabinets, flooring, and even a new 1,200 square foot sleep studio with brands such as Stearns & Foster, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic. 304-267-7251, 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. We price match the big box stores, and we give back to our local community.
Orsini's.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're now in the end zone with head coach of the Bulldogs, Britt Sherman. This segment sponsored by Parsons Ford, just east of Martinsburg on Shepherdstown Road. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, and Coach, big win last week, shutout victory. What are some things that you saw in that game that you thought your team executed very well in?
I thought offensively we did a good job. I mean, we didn't have any punts, scored pretty much on every possession. And we actually made all our goals on our goal board. So offensively, I thought we did really well. And then, played pretty well in special teams. We need to clean up some kicks on some orange sides and stuff like that. On better teams, we don't want to give them the ball on the 50-yard line. So we need to clean some of that stuff up.
Is that kind of like the one thing moving forward that you're kind of looking at, because you're undefeated so far, down the home stretch coming up? Is that kind of what you want to fix going towards the end of the year?
Well, I mean, you want to be peaking here toward the end of the year for sure. So, we just got to work on that little stuff, and that doesn't stop. And you work on all the little things, and the big things kind of fall into place.
Now we'll move forward to this week. You guys, big travel day tomorrow. From what we understand, we talked with their head coach. You guys getting to make a trip up to Canton, view the Hall of Fame. How did that all come about, stopping there, kind of making that trip?
Yeah, when we looked at this trip, we kind of geographically saw where it was at and was like, we probably should take the kids to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, and a lot of them may not ever get to go back there, so we thought it would be a great experience for them, and so we worked that out and called up there, got their group rates and stuff, and so we're going to leave here at about 9, stop there at about 2. They say it takes 3 to 4 hours to tour, so we're going to allow ourselves 3 hours to get through it, and then leave there and then head up to Cleveland.
And looking forward to this game. Obviously this game came about differently. It was a very late edition. From what I understand, it was mentioned in one of our broadcasts for baseball that when you guys made the announcement. And obviously Ohio team way out of the way. You guys have had to travel a lot of distance to play a lot of these games. What are some things that went into this matchup?
Well, we're always looking for games, and Northern Virginia and D.C. was still wavering on whether they were going to play or not, and I think it was just an open website type deal that they saw that we had an opening and sent an email. We called them back immediately, and I think it's really exciting. I like going different places. In fact, we're even looking, maybe even traveling to Florida and getting a Florida team maybe to come here, and doing some of those games that you get a lot of exposure. But it's exciting. We don't have any common opponents. It's a pretty good team in Ohio against hopefully a pretty good team in West Virginia, and we just get to see different faces and different teams, and get to face different adversity.
So scouting them, they like to run the ball a lot. Is that kind of your focus this week, to stop the run on defense?
Yeah, they're extremely well coached. They're one of the only teams. Their quarterback, he'll fake like 20 yards. Like he's a really fast kid, and he's elusive. The running backs are really good, and then their guys up front really get after it. And so they're a team that you look at and you're like, man, they really get after it, and maybe that's a little bit of the Ohio. They can practice pretty much year round and do a lot of things. And they do a lot of things on defense. So it's exciting, and hopefully our guys will rise to the challenge.
So a couple weeks left in the season, really a month for you guys. 4 games left on the schedule. How's the injury situation going?
Well, we have both our corners are completely out from ACL injuries. Buzz Dozer and Kyle Walker, both really good players. But we've had Sarad Musgrove step up. We've moved Murphy Clement over to corner, and the guys they've been doing a really good job stepping in.
Seems like Clement's done a really good job the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean it's a next man up mentality, and they've done really good with that. Braxton, is still just nursing that hamstring, and those hamstring injuries are not anything to joke about. Yeah. So he's just trying to get that thing healthy, and I think he will pretty soon, but it's one of those things you don't want to bring him back too early.
All right, Coach. Well, thanks for joining us. Best of luck this Saturday. This segment sponsored in part by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, they're right off Shepherdstown Road, just east of Martinsburg. When we come back on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, we'll break down more of this matchup. You're listening to West Virginia High School football on TV 10.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Welcome to La Bella Vita, named for my Grandma Vita. Our mountaintop getaway honors her legacy while complementing the home's spectacular views. This recently renovated property boasts a breathtaking landscape of Deep Creek Lake while providing great open interior spaces for a sensational vacation. You'll immediately notice the great room allows for entertaining, dining, and relaxing after long days on the lake or skiing on the slopes of Whisk. Your family and friends will enjoy relaxing in all the open spaces. The home features 6 bedrooms, including 4 that are private suites. And each of the 4 levels of this home feature amazing visibility as far as the eye can see. Like our family, we hope you enjoy making memories here on the mountain. We love sharing the spacious, warm, and inviting home that overlooks the lake. Cheers to the beautiful life, La Bella Vita.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience, family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're now in the huddle. This segment presented by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. They're located at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. We're joined by Martinsburg Bulldog
Christian Slack.
Okay, there you go. Took the introduction right out of my hands right there. Christian Slack. You play both offense and defensive line. What's it been like this year so far? You know, you guys have done very well, obviously on the field, and you know, keeping things good off the field, so you guys are able to play every week.
Yeah, it's going really well because compared to last year, we know what's going on now. We know all the restrictions we have with the mask and everything, so we just know what to do at this point. And we're 6-0. It's feeling good.
So last week, big shutout victory over Washington here on the home field for homecoming. How'd it feel for you guys to be able to bring a big homecoming W?
I mean, that's my first one of starting being homecoming, so it was awesome for all the seniors because COVID stopped us last year and everything. It was great.
And then now looking forward to this opponent this week. You guys obviously haven't seen them before, Riverside out of Ohio. What's some things you've seen on film from them?
They really blitz a lot. They're fast, probably the fastest team we ever had. So we're going to have to watch their QB a lot, just all their linebackers.
And then defensively for you guys, they like to run the ball a lot. Has that kind of been a focus this week to stop the run?
Yeah. Our big focus, though, is do your job. That's our thing this week. So,
what's some things defensively that you guys are going to have to do to get the win, just besides do your job, kind of, you know, more technical aspect?
Really just shut down the QB because once he's, you know, done, it's their team's kind of over. He's the heart of theirs.
And then offensively for you guys as a line, you've done a really, really good job protecting the 2-quarterback system that you guys have. What kind of different things do you have to do when you have 2 different quarterbacks playing?
Well, when Ezra's in, you know, that's more pass plays, so we got to be ready to get the pass plays in and protect them that way. And with Murphy in, we do a lot of running, so there's just all run blocks, get down and dirty.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, Christian. Best of luck this Saturday. And have any final thoughts for us?
Not really. We're just going to beat this Ohio team.
There you go. That was Christian Slack, offense defensive lineman for the Bulldogs. That's been In the Huddle, presented by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson, Phil McCoy. They're at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. We'll be back for more on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're listening to high school football right here on TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
This is Matt Miller, along with my wife Dale.
As homeowners, we've been through the mortgage process several times, and each time we went to Mark and Cheryl Savitt at the Mortgage Center.
They treat you like family with personal one-on-one service, walking with you through the process from application to settlement.
Plus, low interest rates and closing costs.
The Mortgage Center is on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Phone 304-267-9040.
Or online at mortgagefinancing.com. NMLS number 237527, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back to Painesville, Ohio, as the Martinsburg Bulldogs getting ready to take on the Riverside Beavers. Spencer, we already talked about Martinsburg's season so far, but this Riverside team, an improving program, 5-2 so far on the season, and have gotten off to a good start, and certainly definitely draw a big challenge today in Martinsburg, but a team that is trying to get on that level, as we talked about with Coach Boers, and you'll hear in just a few moments here.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely trying to do that. And, the emphasis on the running game, they've got 4 guys that have played in all 7 games so far in the season that have over 150 rushing yards on the ground. And their quarterback, Junior Simpson, he has also played in all 7 games, but he only has 655 passing yards on the season. So mentioned it kind of before, more of a run-first team, and They have over 1,463 rushing yards so far through 7 games.
Yeah, on the ground, led by Dominic Tromba and Jason Mackey. Tromba, a senior, kind of more of a power back. Mackey, the sophomore, a little bit more elusive. Those guys certainly will lead them on the ground, but also Brady McKnight, another sophomore, will get a lot of touches. And you mentioned it, Simpson doesn't really throw the ball a whole lot, but he can run as well. And their backup quarterback, Mikey Maloney, has gotten some carries. I'm going to presume that those were mainly in the blowouts, as he's only played in 4 games. But a team that certainly likes to use the run, really only their 2 weapons on the outside, Ellie and Conwell, have done the majority of the receptions on the outside, and they haven't really used anybody else besides the running backs out of the backfield. So it is a run-heavy offense.
Yeah, definitely a run-heavy offense, and Martinsburg's really got to do the job to stop them on defense and plug those holes with Christian Slack and those guys on the defensive line.
Yeah, and it will be a challenge today. This Riverside team, 5-2, as we mentioned, have had some blowout losses, but have also had some big wins, Spencer. So kind of a tough team to get a read on, because obviously they're an Ohio school. They've played some good teams in the state of Ohio and lost by 3 or 4 touchdowns, I think, in both their losses this year. But, it's hard to compare, because obviously these 2 teams don't have common opponents like most of the teams that Martinsburg has played this year.
Yeah, and when they played Salem and Highland Springs, didn't have common opponents either. And, That Highland Springs game was a very competitive game, and that Salem game, very competitive game through the first half, and then Martinsburg pulled away in the second half.
Riverside defensively has been pretty strong this season, and Coach Boers mentioned having to put up points to keep pace with Martinsburg, but if their defense is able to prevail today and play good defensive football, they could maybe hold the Bulldogs down and won't need to score as many points. But obviously it's easier said than done when you're going against Martinsburg, but only allowing 98 points so far this season through 7 games. So the defense has been strong for Riverside all year.
Yeah, definitely very strong all season, and if you can continue that strong force today against this Martinsburg team, you're able to not let many points be scored, and you could come out with an upset victory.
Up front, this defense led by A.J. Moore. He's the leading tackler heading into this one. Dominic Trumba, he plays on both sides of the ball. A lot of good linebackers on this team. So they'll try to probably rotate those guys on, in and out. But one thing you do notice when you see this Riverside D-line, kind of undersized, not the biggest. So we'll try to rely on their speed against a team like Martinsburg, who certainly has a lot of speed but also has a lot of size and strength.
Yeah, definitely a lot of size and strength, and it looks like this Riverside team's already ready to go with their captains.
Yeah, Martinsburg not currently on the field, and we still have 23 minutes on the clock, so maybe they were just going over something with the officials. Also, sometimes, I knew in Pennsylvania, we always did the coin toss actually before we went out there, and then the went out there is already decided. So maybe that could also be what happened. I don't know. But back to this matchup, and, Riverside, a team that has, a strong defense as we look at it, and what do you think they'll be challenged with most today out of Martinsburg?
I think you're asking me what the Riverside defense is going to be challenged with. I think for Martinsburg, they can dink and dunk you any way that you can think possible. Whether it's you're throwing with the Clement at quarterback, or you're running with him at quarterback, or you throw an Ezra Bajan, you can throw a long ball, and then on in the running game, with really both Clements in the running game.
And then what do you think their offense needs to do to get a win today against, a pretty tough Martinsburg defense, or at least get the offense going today?
I think you need to find Martinsburg's weaknesses. Not very many weaknesses does Martinsburg have, but if you can, find their weaknesses. And looking back, I'm kind of comparing this to last night's game with Musselman and Hedgesville. Hedgesville cannot contain outside. They just couldn't contain the outside. And it's something like that. If you find that kind of hole, whether it's in the inside, the outside, or just outside the line or to the far side, then you could potentially get a win, steal a win against this Martinsburg team.
As we mentioned, a 5-2 Riverside team currently trying to make another playoff appearance. They began their season with a loss to Perry, 26-6, then defeated Steele, 49-14. Lost to Holy Name beat Holy Name 28-7. Beat Chadden. Lost to Chardon 28-7, beat Madison 45-0, beat Mayfield 57-7, beat North 42-14. So that's how they get to 5-2. They'll have 2 more games following this one against Kenston and South of Willoughby, Ohio. So again, Riverside, we mentioned it, trying to make the postseason, trying to get back there after last year's run and first ever playoff win. So certainly a good chance, I think, for Riverside to do that, especially if they can get this win against Martinsburg, who's a quality team out of West Virginia. But either way, they know that if they're able to compete with a team like this, they can maybe compete with some teams come playoff time.
Yeah, definitely, and compete against teams come playoff time is definitely something. And, we look back to our interview that you'll hear in a few minutes that we caught up with Coach Dave Boers on Tuesday, I believe it was. And, they had their first playoff win just a few years ago.
Yeah.
So if they can, the program's really being built up by Coach Boers here at Riverside in Painesville, Ohio. And if they can continue to build it up and maybe go forward in this Ohio State playoffs, and Ohio State playoffs, man, for football are no joke.
Definitely not. A lot of good teams in the state of Ohio. And certainly, playing a team like Martinsburg helps you get ready for some of those good teams. So we'll take another break. On the other side of that break, we'll hear from the head coach of the Riverside Beavers and David Boers. This is the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. W. Harley Miller Systems providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. We're back in 2 minutes with head coach David Boers. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and the WRNR TV YouTube channel.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation, a hearty meal of 12 pieces for just $9 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $9.
Home helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest. Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle. Or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
I have somewhat of an aggressive personality. People will tell you that it's not always a good thing. I wanted to have a clothing line that represented me and what I am, but also somebody else. When I came up with aggressive, it stands for actively giving, righteously executing, and sincerely vigorous. Anybody can do that. From a small child doing a good deed or holding the door for someone, or to having somebody pump gas for somebody else. Anybody can do that. Aggressive Clothing is a company that I started to try to be able to give back to local vets, first responders, and law enforcement. My grandfather and 7 other brothers of his were all in the Navy. They were in Pearl Harbor, and this was my way to be able to give back, whether it be doing charitable donations or networking, helping them get jobs, anything I can do to help.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're now joined by Riverside head coach David Boers. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons. Coach, this game got added to the schedule kind of late in the schedule-making process. How did that come about for you guys?
Well, from our end, we actually had one of our conference schools drop out of the conference going into this season, and for football, they weren't honoring any of the contracts in games. So whenever that team appeared on your schedule in the conference, you had to find a game. So for us, it was week 8, which is a miserable week to try and fill during the season. So we started looking at Ohio. We put word out, probably back in early winter and whatnot, and just kind of waited and wait to see what would happen. And then we started looking at neighboring states and a little bit, and you guys were one of the only ones within probably an 8-hour radius drive time wise that were open and available. And obviously we knew the caliber of program you guys have and whatnot. It's similar size schools, if I'm not mistaken, and we're a program that's trying to evolve and take that next step to not only just make the playoffs here in Ohio, because not every team makes it. You gotta get in, do some damage once we get in there. So we figured, what, let's see what we can do. And we talked to Davis Moore, AD, and then Coach Sherman, and kind of went back and forth and talked about where and 1-year deal, 2-year deal, and ended up being a home and home. And they were able to come this year. We kind of needed a home game, so they said they'd travel as long as we reciprocated the following year. And so, yeah, I think both schools are excited to play each other, and I think it's cool for the kids to be able to travel. And I know they're stopping up the Hall of Fame in Canton on the way, and they're staying overnight, and so it should just be a good experience these next 2 years for both schools and communities, quite honestly. So I'm kind of very happy with where it ended up, and I think we're very fortunate to be able to play a caliber program like you guys.
You talk about your program kind of trying to evolve, and it looks like, looking back at your records the last few seasons, it seems like over the last 3 to 4 years that you guys have really improved as a program.
We have, and that's something that's a testament to our kids and community. We went through some financial hardships a chunk of years before that where we lost a lot of funding. We weren't passing levies. We had kids transferring out of the district because they didn't want to deal with some of the issues. We had huge pay-to-participate costs to even participate in athletics and extracurriculars. And so we had like a 4 or 5 year bubble where it was really bad. And we've kind of come out of that. We're financially, very sound right now, and we've upgraded some of our facilities, and it's kind of where we should be at the size of our program, and we're kind of just getting used to it now. I mean, we were in 2018, we won the school's first ever playoff game, just to tell you kind of where we're at. I mean, we hadn't even won a playoff game. I think we were only in the playoffs in the history of the school. It had been like 4 times prior to that. And then we actually won a game, which was a big celebrated issue. And then last year we actually hosted a game. We got a bye first round, and then we hosted a game. We won the school's first ever home playoff game last year, and took a team that was pretty darn good to overtime, Hudson out of Ohio here. And so, yeah, we're just kind of evolving, and just each year is hopefully a new step, and write a new chapter where we keep taking steps forward. So eventually we can talk about competing for a state championship here.
You guys are 5-2 so far this season. How would you evaluate the team, and how do you think a game like Martinsburg will help you come playoff time?
Well, evaluate the team first. It's good because we lost a lot from last year's team. We were really anybody. If you try to pull up film from last year, see what we look like, it's pretty an entirely different team. The cast of characters have definitely changed. So the growth that's happening each week is something I keep pointing to when anyone ever asks me. It's like you literally see it daily and weekly. Like these guys getting better because of the reps and the experience and everything else. So I'm definitely excited to see where we're at in week 8 versus a team like you guys and what that does to help us. Well, number one, if we have aspirations of going deep in the playoffs, we're going to have to beat a team like Martinsburg. Maybe not the first round, maybe no, but you're talking in our regional or regional championship game, which is the game that takes us to the state Final Four and then to the state champ. We're going to have to go through a team like Martinsburg. And even if we don't come out victorious, because we're definitely, in my opinion, a huge underdog in this game, we're going to get some of our weaknesses continually exposed. And because we should be pretty solid for a playoff spot where we stand right now, and obviously anything can happen, but the fact you play a team like this, as you're approaching your Week 11 playoff game, you continue to expose things. We've had 3 pretty successful games versus not great teams the past 3 weeks, and sometimes, you get a little complacent, and the kid's like, yeah, coach, we know, but we're still killing these teams. I know you say to correct us, but we're still going to have success. Well, a team like Martinsburg's going to punch you in the mouth, and they're going to expose a lot of stuff, with the quality athletes that you guys have and the schemes and how well coached, and obviously the tradition and the pedigree and the everything else. So, yeah, I mean, I can't wait for this game. Win, lose, or draw. I mean, it's going to expose a lot of things for us and just give us, we're going to be able to point to, we tell our kids, even this week, as we're prepping for this, this is like a national game. We're not talking just like Northeast Ohio or the state of Ohio. These guys aren't just across the board in West Virginia. You guys are closer to Maryland and D.C. and this is big time. This is big time football. So yeah, we're excited.
What would be some things you guys need to do to get a win this week?
We got to be able to put some points on the board. The 2 losses we have, we've not done a great job doing that. Defensively, we've been playing decently. You guys have some dudes that I don't think we've seen yet. Your offense, that is. So we're going to have to keep those guys in check and not let you guys, run wild and throw wild and, hit big plays and stuff. And then the kicking game. You guys are, very creative, and your kicker looks like he can place the ball wherever the heck he wants to and keeping teams off guard with various, placements and, aggressive tactic, including, your PAT game where, you guys line up in the wide formations and shift or kick or do some sort of other, trickery, or it's not even really trickery. It's just, part of the concepts of what you guys see open and things like that. So yeah, we're on our toes in all three phases. There's no doubt about that. And that's kind of what you would expect from a nationally renowned program, a program that's won 8 of the last 10 state titles, in your state, and just is what it is. I mean, that's what I think when we scheduled this game, we hoped it would be, that we would have to be on our A game in every facet, every play, regardless, in order to even be in this game come towards the end of the fourth quarter.
Thank you, Coach Bors. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one first, Parsons. We're going to take a quick break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. When we come back, we'll continue to break down this matchup between Riverside and Martinsburg. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Whether you're heading to a high school, college, or professional football game, Johnny's has all your tailgating go-tos. Delicious wings, meatballs, shrimp, burgers, and dogs. Plus, Johnny's has everything you need to serve it all up. Party trays, utensils, plates, cups, and more. Stop by either of our two great locations, 1456 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg and Route 11 South in Chambersburg.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays. We offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg. Locally owned and operated.
If you or someone you know suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center, 400 West Stevens Street, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department.
No, didn't even count that.
Come on, Donald. He can probably hear me.
He can hear you.
It's okay. He'll laugh.
He should get paid drive time this week because he actually drove.
That's fair. I don't make those decisions. 5 seconds. About.
So I got my keys.
Yeah.
To the Corvette.
Welcome back to Paynesville, Ohio, as the Riverside Beavers and the Martinsburg Bulldogs get ready to do battle. Nick Verzoli, Spencer Dupuis here on the call. Harry Brown and Donald Kinney, our cameraman, and Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer. Colin McLaughlin back in the studio, keeping us on the air throughout this one. Spencer, let's get to your keys to the game. For both teams, we'll start with the visitors, the Martinsburg Bulldogs.
I think for Martinsburg, you just got to contain the run defensively, and that's all that Riverside's really done, over 1,400 yards that I mentioned before. If you can contain their running game, you can contain their entire offense.
Yeah, I mean, this is a run-heavy team, so that's definitely something that Martinsburg will have to do today, and kind of like they have had to do against teams like Hedgesville and Washington, to certainly have that experience to handle the run today.
Yeah, definitely, and I think offensively, if you're Riverside, offensively for Martinsburg, you just got to be able to know how you're going to play your two quarterback system, see how this team plays defensively, and decide if you want to use who you want to use more, how long you want to use them, if you want to throw the ball more, or if you want to be able to have that dual threat.
Yeah, that's something that's been very effective for the Bulldogs this year, and I think Coach Sherman's done a good job of kind of managing his two quarterbacks, two talented young quarterbacks, and both Bajan and Murphy have done their thing when necessary. So certainly, a dynamic duo there. How about some keys to the game for Riverside?
if you're Riverside, you just got to get your ground game going today. You did it all. You've done it all 7 games so far, and off defensively, you just got to stop this Bulldogs triple threat really offense, being able to pass it, being able to run it, and being able to do everything in between.
Yeah, and definitely you got to slow down the Bulldogs. And like Coach Bohr said, you got to put points on the board, which at times has been a struggle for this team this year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is going to be a good one here. I definitely think that it's nice for Martinsburg to get on the road this far, be able to kind of have that away game experience you get in college where you stay the night before at a hotel.
Yeah, it almost feels like a college game. And, of course, the black and gold, and we're in Ohio. It almost reminds me of the Shepherd season opener against Ohio Dominican, right? So hopefully I don't make any of those mistakes.
Well, I wasn't here to hear that.
Yeah, that's a little bit different, but I got, you with me instead of Travis Smith. And the Bulldogs and the all-whites as they take the field, and a good crowd on hand for Martinsburg. It's a lot of people made the trip. Riverside stand starting to fill up as well. And we'll kind of wait for Riverside to take the field, but those were your keys to the game, brought to you by the Mortgage Center on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. The key to buying the right home is securing the needed financing with low interest rates and closing costs. Call the Mortgage Center at 304-267-9040 or go to mortgagefinancing.com. We got about 3.5 minutes until kickoff, so let's take our 30-second break as the opening kickoff is brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department.
WVU Medicine continues to expand to meet the needs of our growing community. We're excited to offer high-quality healthcare in the Shepherdstown area at our new medical office facility located on Route 45 West at 60 McLean Way. Services available at the new WVU Medicine Shepherdstown location include primary care, behavioral health and psychiatry, and specialty care. Plus, 2 departments of Berkeley Medical Center are on-site, lab services, and x-ray services available weekdays 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Make an appointment today at WVUMedicine.org.
Welcome back to Paynesville, Ohio. Riverside, Martinsburg, about 2.5 minutes until kickoff. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuis here on the call. So we get ready for this one. A great stadium, a beautiful day here in Paynesville, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland, near Lake Erie. As we get ready for this one, a nice 6-hour drive up to Paynesville for this matchup. Martinsburg getting to visit the Pro Football Hall of Fame yesterday, kind of taking that atmosphere, and now get ready to play a Saturday football game for the first time this year. And it's rare, Spencer, to have a Saturday football game, but we can already tell.
Well, it's rare in the middle of the season, but in West Virginia they play some of their playoff games on Saturdays.
Right, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think a lot of states do that, and it kind of feels like a playoff-type game. I mean, afternoon, good atmosphere here at Riverside, a nice band. They sound great, and the Beavers running onto the field now. Riverside in the all-black uniforms with the gold numbers, gold lettering.
That was a little interesting thing they did. They broke the
flag, I guess it is.
Yeah.
We can't really see from our angle.
Yeah, but usually you do that like when you first come out, not when you turn over to go to your sideline.
It's a little different.
It's
Ohio football. That's how they do things here. They run to the sideline and break through things. I don't know. Officials on the field. And, Martinsburg obviously missing some key players today with injuries, Spencer, but we talked about it. They have a lot of depth and talent. Not all the players appear to be on the sideline for the Bulldogs. But certainly, going to have to rise to the challenge today, even without some of their key players.
Yeah, definitely rise to the challenge. And, this coin toss thing was very interesting because the only guy out there for Martinsburg was Braxton Todd, who's injured right now with that hamstring injury, not playing today. And from what I saw, I think he had to go back into the locker room and report how the coin toss went.
Yeah, they did it about 17 minutes before kickoff here. So, yeah, that was a little bit different and not something we're really used to seeing. Usually around this time, the two teams would meet at midfield.
Right about now.
And we'd have, the coin toss, but that has already been taken care of. And the two teams will now take the field here in what should be a good football game. Martinsburg coming in at 6-0. Riverside is 5-2. You ready, Spencer?
Yeah, definitely ready. Just trying to see. It looks like Martinsburg will get the ball first.
Yep, good chance here for the Bulldogs to go down the field, take that early lead as your opening kickoff. Brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department. Prevent, promote, protect. They're at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg, or call 304-263-5131. And we're just about underway here. I'm excited because this is my first Martinsburg game that I've been able to be on site for. And, of course, we'll keep you updated with the Shepherd Rams score as well. Shepherd taking on Lockhaven today in a PSAC matchup. 1-4 Lockhaven. Shepherd with its one loss on the year to Kutztown earlier.
I don't think we've seen Martinsburg. Okay, now they're moving over. I was about to say, I don't think I've ever seen them line up like this on kickoff return so far this year. But now they're moving over to their normal spots. And the ball blows off the tee before we get going here. It's a little breezy day here in Paynesville, Ohio.
That it is. As Hudson Clement standing back deep along with Sherrod Musgrove. Both of them standing at the Martinsburg 5-yard line. We are underway from Paynesville, Ohio. Musgrove will field it about the 8, and they'll run a reverse to Clement. They'll fake it to him, and didn't work out too well. Stopped at around the 10-yard line. Kind of a slow developing play there, Spencer,
Yeah.
and it didn't really fool anybody on that
Didn't fool
return.
anybody, and they stopped forward progress before the ball came out, and definitely some fans from Riverside probably not happy about that.
Yeah, but the Riverside fans got to be happy with kind of tough field position for the Bulldogs to begin this ball game at around their own 10.5, 11-yard line, we'll call it. Ezra Bajent in the shotgun. Kendall the back to the right of him. Bajent will flip it to Kendall here. He dances in the hole and doesn't find any yards. Loss of about 1. Stopped on the play by Carter Rudler, the sophomore.
That was a toss to Clement. To Murphy Clement.
You're right, that is Clement in the backfield.
Little interesting look. Got 2 quarterbacks set. Now I think he's out there.
Yeah, that is Kendall now. I saw 2. I didn't expect to see Murphy out there as a running back.
Yeah.
But it
Maybe
is
trying to
now
fool him on the first
22 to the left of Bajent and 8 Xavion Kendall. Kendall play action. They'll throw it to Roman Pearson. Pearson has the catch around the 10, sheds off one tackler and gets out to about the 15-yard line before being brought down on the far side.
Yeah, and didn't really net much. Now it's a 3rd down and about 7 to go.
Yep, 3rd and 7 here as we roll under 11 minutes on this opening drive for the Martinsburg Bulldogs.
It just seems like a very slow start for Martinsburg. I don't know. Something just feels off to me right now.
A little bit disoriented getting the play in. Bajent in the gun with 4 receivers lined up and nearly got the flag on Riverside, but they didn't cross the line. Were able to get back in time to not get the penalty. Bajent now takes the snap. Throws near side incomplete. He wanted Hudson Clement. The pass falls incomplete, and Martinsburg will be forced to punt on its opening drive after going 3 and out.
Something that we have not seen them do much all year in punt, but are they going to go for it, or are they just going to do probably a pooch punt?
I would highly doubt it. To go for it here, I mean, maybe you try to draw them off sides, but I would doubt.
I mean, it wouldn't do much. It'd be 4th down and 2 if they drew them off sides.
True, that's a good point. So, yeah, I can't see them going for it, but maybe they will. I don't know. Be a very aggressive decision by Coach
very
Sherman.
Aggressive, so.
This is mad and aggressive, and it looks like Bajent will pooch punt it, and it will result well for the Bulldogs as it bounces around the 47-yard line. That's where Riverside will take over.
Yeah, good field position for Riverside. They're going to start now. It's right about the where are they going to mark that ball? at the 50 or 48, their own 48, I believe.
Yes. We'll go into 48. And here comes the Riverside offense onto the field, led by quarterback Cameron Simpson, the junior. Simpson lining up in the shotgun formation.
Trips to our side. This is the near side.
Tromba the back here on first down 10. They'll give it to Tromba. He runs hard up the middle to about midfield. Gain of 2 on the play.
Shocker! They handed off the first play of the game.
Yeah,
I
expect a lot of that.
Yeah.
And that big D line for Martinsburg, Slack and Aiden Fleming, kind of two of the big guys up front,
as well as Eric King.
So it'll be second down and 9 from the 49 of Riverside. Good field position to start this drive after forcing Martinsburg to go 3 and out. Here, Simpson will keep up the middle.
Gains just a few, and
Cam Chalice coming in there.
That Martinsburg defensive line and that front 7 really not letting much past them.
So we third down here from the 47 now of Martinsburg. Third and about 5. 9 minutes to go in this opening quarter. Riverside spreads out the Bulldogs here on third down and 5. Martinsburg shows blitz, now kind of drops off. Simpson fires in the flat, complete for a first down, and heading out of bounds is Ellie. Jake Ellie, the junior wide receiver on the reception, and Riverside coming out and looking pretty good early on. Spencer getting a 3 and out, and then they're converting a third down for a first down.
Yeah, if you're a Martinsburg fan, you didn't expect to have a 3 and out your first offensive drive, and then now defensively give up a first down.
It's first and 10 from the 40. Ball on the far hash for Riverside in the pistol formation. Tromba the back here on first and 10. Simpson turns around, gives it to Tromba. He finds a little bit of room down inside. It's about the 35-yard line.
Slack came up with that tackle.
Already now 2 tackles on the drive for Christian Slack. Second down and 6 after the 4-yard pickup. Ball now at the 36 of Martinsburg. Riverside moving it on its opening drive. Simpson takes the snap, looking to throw over the middle, incomplete, and a flag comes in. He wanted Ellie. Hudson Clement was in coverage.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Martinsburg, you kind of already know that flag could be in the area of holding or pass interference. And that is pass interference.
Clement was beat, so kind of rather him get the pass interference call than give up anything over the middle because he didn't have help over the top either.
Yeah.
So it will be first and 10 for Riverside from the 21 of Martinsburg. Simpson with Tromba in the backfield. And goes in motion from right to left. They'll turn around, give it to Tromba. Big hole initially, but it's filled quickly.
And he fell down.
Yeah, Barrick was in the area, but Tromba just kind of tripped up on that one.
Yeah, he got tripped up. Honestly, I think it may have been by his own offensive lineman.
That's possible. Anytime you have those runs up the middle, sometimes the center or the guard might trip up the back, but still a positive play. But only a yard on the carry, second down and 9. Since he started so deep, it looked like he got more, but
yeah,
he is in that pistol. So they'll turn around, give it to Tromba again. This time he finds some room down inside the 15-yard line, just outside the 10, brought down about the 11.
And I feel like if you're in Martinsburg right now, you're kind of shocked because this really hasn't happened all season where you go 3 and out on offense and you let the other team really drive down the field.
Yeah, and I mean, if you listen to Coach Boers in that interview that we had with him, he said, hey, we're big underdogs in this game. And it wasn't a ton of confidence out of him.
Yeah.
Heading into this game. And, so far, Riverside, though, playing like they have a lot of confidence here on what will be 3rd and 1 after the 8-yard pickup. Simpson, nice hole up the middle. He has the first down. Tackled by Fleming.
Well, and if you're Martinsburg, you're going to settle into this game. You usually settle into every game, especially games against, opponents that you normally face. Like they settled into the Salem and Highland Springs games a little bit later than usual.
Yeah, it looks like we have a timeout by the officials, I believe, so we'll keep it here. They have to reset the clock. About 7 minutes to go in this one in the first quarter. No score, but Riverside driving down to the Martinsburg 9-yard line. First down and goal. Shepherd leading Lockhaven 7-0 in the first quarter of that ball game.
Shout out to Jim Klein for hooking us up with that score update. We'll be checking on that score all day long.
Shepherd should be able to get the win in that one, but we'll definitely keep you updated, unfortunately. Just couldn't do both those games. Simpson in the gun here on 1st and goal from the 9. And now we have another blown whistle. And they have to, I think, reset the clock again.
It's not running.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's not starting.
And that really kind of delays the momentum for Riverside.
Did they say they're keeping time on the field?
Not certain. They went to Coach Sherman, explained something to him.
Now 6:51 is on the scoreboard.
We'll see. But, I mean, Spencer, this definitely kind of takes your momentum away if you're Riverside because you're driving, things are going well for you, and then all of a sudden now you have 2 stoppages of play. It's kind of a chance for Martinsburg to catch its breath a little bit and potentially get a stop here as Riverside so far has came out doing a lot of good things early on, especially on this drive.
Yeah, and something just seems off right now for Martinsburg. I don't know if it's just the game, the jitters coming into a game where you're so far away from home, team you never faced before, not in your state. But something just seems off right now.
So 1st and goal from the 3rd time as they'll give it to Tromba up the middle, down inside the 5-yard line.
Just outside the goal line, really.
Yeah, he nearly was able to get into that end zone and would have given Riverside a 6-0 lead. And maybe waking up the Bulldogs a little bit. I think another thing, we talked about it during the sports mix and in the pregame. This is different for Martinsburg. They're not only traveling 6 hours to play this football game, but they're playing at 1 o'clock on a Saturday.
Yeah, don't usually see that until playoff time.
Simpson takes the snap, gives to Tromba again. He reaches over the pylon for the end zone and touchdown Riverside. They go up early 6-0.
Wow, and if you're Martinsburg, you're shocked on the sideline right now. You don't expect to be down 6-0 early, and Coach Sherman's definitely letting his team know that that's not they got to go out and score on offense.
Yeah, now you got to respond because Riverside has momentum, and Martinsburg did not look great on the first drive offensively or the first drive defensively. Kerwood on for the point after attempt. Good snap, good hold, kick is good. So 7-0 Riverside, 6:51 to go in this opening quarter. We're back in 60 seconds with more Martinsburg football here on TV 10 and Talk Radio WRNR TV on YouTube.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Riverside, Ohio, or Painesville, Ohio, Riverside High School. The Beavers take the early 7-0 lead on the Bulldogs here after the touchdown run by Tromba. And here's a short kick fielded by Hudson Clement. Clement dances at the 20, gets across the 20 out to about the 22 before being brought down. So Riverside, after getting the stop defensively, take over on their own 48-yard line, go into the end zone with the Tromba touchdown and take the early 7-0 lead with 6:16 to go in this opening quarter. That scoring drive summary brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Baird. Trusted leadership, real solutions. That's Jason Barrett, the 61st District Delegate. And the Bulldogs are back on the field, and here's Murphy Clement now in at quarterback. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuis, happy to have you with us here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. 1st and 10 from the 22. Clement will keep and gets stuffed.
Nowhere to go.
Got out to the 24, so he did find 2 yards. 2nd down and 8. Early on, Martinsburg off to a slow start.
Getting shocked right now.
Clement in the shotgun. He'll look to throw now this time. Blitz from Riverside. He finds his brother Hudson Clement for the first down for Martinsburg. Clement makes a nice move, gets inside the 40, and up to the 44-yard line. It's a 20-yard pass completion, and that's maybe the play that can get Martinsburg rolling.
Yeah, maybe that's really what you needed. And, you know, if you're Martinsburg, if you get the Clement brothers going, then you really get the whole offense going. And another Shepherd score update, 14-0 now, Shepherd.
Already putting the beat down on Lockhaven, the Bald Eagles of Lockhaven. So ball out to the 45, 1st down and 10. Clement now will keep and run to the right. Clement slides across the 45-yard line.
There's a flag on the play, probably in the area of holding or block in the back. Looked like it's on Roman Pearson.
Brady McKnight on that tackle. Yeah, definitely holding call there. Will back up the Bulldogs to their own 38-yard line. So you get some momentum, Spencer, with the big pass completion, but now going backwards to 1st down and 17 with 6 minutes to go in this opening quarter. 7-0. Riverside leading Martinsburg. Murphy Clement in the shotgun formation. Kendall the back. Clement looking to throw. Play action. Or pump fake, excuse me. Now throws it deep down the right sideline for Hudson Clement. He leaps up and makes the catch inside the 20-yard line.
That's got to be a candidate for the not Geico. Good.
Kelly Allstate.
Good hands catch of the game.
Geico sounds good, but we're not sponsored.
Kelly Allstate, good hands catch of the game. Apologies to Kelly Allstate for that.
Throwing out the rivals, Spencer. Nice pet catch, though, by Hudson Clement, and that's definitely an early nominee for the Kelly Allstate catch of the game. Murphy Clement remains the quarterback here on 1st and 10 now from the 20-yard line. Clement now looking to run. Doesn't find much room, gets back to the line of scrimmage. Tromba coming up and making the tackle for the Beavers. 7-0 Riverside, 4:28 to go in this first quarter. Martinsburg driving, though, now in the red zone.
And that's really what they needed this drive, maybe just a change of pace with Clement at quarterback.
Man goes in motion. Clement looking to throw again, firing end zone. Caught for the touchdown, Martinsburg.
Wow, great catch there.
Xavion Kendall.
Xavion Kendall with the little wheel route to get in the end zone.
So the Bulldogs make it 7-6 now. And that looks like Martinsburg football on that drive, Spencer.
Definitely does. You know, first drive, they probably just a little bit of jitters, a long way from home, didn't get to sleep in their own beds last night, and now they come out the second drive and they just zoom down the field.
Some muddle huddle for the Bulldogs here, as they usually do for the point afters. Terwilliger on for the extra point. Hudson Clement now stands up, now goes back down to hold. And Terwilliger's extra point is good. 7-7 our score, 4:04 to go to this opening quarter. This is Martinsburg Bulldogs football on TV 10.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Painesville, Ohio. The Bulldogs tie it up here 7-7 on a nice answer drive. Hudson Clement finding the end zone on the, Murphy Clement finding the end zone on the touchdown pass to Xavion Kendall. And the Bulldogs tie it up here at 7.
I know Coach Sherman knows that's Bulldog football, what they played on that offensive drive.
Yeah, see now the defense can kind of pick up the offense after a good drive to get into the end zone. Terwilliger sends a short kick, and it will be Martinsburg football. Hudson Clement coming up and fielding it. That was beautifully executed by the Bulldogs.
That was beautifully executed. They've tried that so much this year, and it just rarely it feels like it's worked. It's gone out of bounds a lot. It's been, just fair caught, and this is the kind of game, this is the kind of time they need it, because now they can take advantage of this and go up a score, take that score back.
Our first quarter on TV 10 brought to you by Milestone Realty and Sudden and Janelle. 7-7 our score, 4:02 remaining in this opening quarter, and the Bulldogs now have it in Riverside territory. Ezra Bajent back on the field for Martinsburg. 1st and 10. Bajent, straight drop back. He wants the deep ball for Hudson Clement, and it's incomplete, a little bit too far out of his reach. That's kind of an early kill shot, Spencer. Even though it would only put them up 13-7, it would completely take Riverside's momentum out of the game.
100%.
And that's kind of what Martinsburg goes for, especially early. So Bajent looks to the sideline for this play. Second down and 10 from the 46. Barrick goes in motion. We'll give it to Barrick on the end around. Barrick inside the 45, down inside the 40, running people over. Jacob Barrick, the tight end, wide receiver, running back, linebacker. He does it all kind of on offense, and kind of got him involved in the ground game a little bit last week, and he was very effective. And see it there here, so he'll make it 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, he had a great stutter step there to just find a better hole, and then he protected the ball because they were trying to stab at that ball.
It's a 3rd and 1 from the 37 for the Bulldogs into Riverside territory after the Jacob Barrick 9-yard carry. Pageant trying to draw Riverside off sides. Now looks back to the sideline. Sends Kendall in motion from left to right. Pageant will keep. Don't see that very often, but he has the first down for the Bulldogs.
Don't see it very often, but I feel like when he's been able to do it, he's been successful.
A.J. Moore in on that tackle, the leading tackler for Riverside, but it's another Martinsburg Bulldog first down with under 3 minutes to go in this opening quarter. 7-7 our score, and Martinsburg driving. Pageant, play action, fires near side, complete to Pearson. Pearson spins back to the near side, inside the 20, inside the 10. Pearson in a foot race down inside the 5-yard line. Goes Roman Pearson on the reception. Big play there, Spencer, for the Bulldogs, and they're now back in the red zone. Inside the 5.
Huge play there, now inside the 5, and look what hopefully they can convert a touchdown here.
30-yard catch and run for Roman Pearson. And Martinsburg now has it 1st and goal from the 3. Pageant with 2 backs. Clement now the quarterback here. Clement will keep, run left. Now come back to the right.
Nowhere.
Great job by Riverside to read that play. It starts up front with Jason Ryan kind of coming through and setting the edge and then forcing him back inside. There's no room on that play. A loss of 2, actually, to make it 2nd down and 5. Or 2nd goal from the 5. We have a timeout from the Bulldogs. We'll take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Welcome back to Riverside High School in Painesville, Ohio. The Bulldogs driving here in a 7-7 ball game in this opening quarter with 2:10 to go, and Martinsburg starting to look like themselves after kind of a rough start to the ball game where they got a 3-and-out offensively and then a touchdown drive for Riverside. The Bulldogs come back with a touchdown drive of their own, recover an onside kick, and now have it on 2nd and goal from the 5 after a 2-yard loss on the run by Murphy Clement. Clement remains the quarterback. He'll fake to the left, run to the right, and again gets stopped at about the line of scrimmage. Ian Lyon in on that tackle. Martinsburg going in the wrong direction after the big pass play from Pageant to Pearson, as that's a loss of 1 on the play. Clement staying in this same formation. 3rd down at 6. Clement will run right this time. Gets some edge blocks to the near side, down inside the 5, short of the end zone. So Spencer, kind of some interesting plays there. Pageant was throwing the ball really well, got him down to the 3. And now you have 4th down and goal. I'm going to presume here that Martinsburg will go for it based on their mentality.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. You go for it on a drive like this, because either way, you go for it, you don't get it, but then you have them deep in their own end.
So fourth and goal from the 3-yard line. 7-7 our score. Under a minute to go in this first quarter. Clement in the shotgun. Same formation. Hudson Clement has one-on-one to the outside. Pearson to the near side. Murphy Clement will keep again. Can he get to the edge? He can. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
A big hit while he was in the end zone. Surprised no foul on that. Hit to the head-neck area. But great job by Clement to get the touchdown. And Martinsburg, after going down 7-0, now has 2 straight touchdowns.
Yep, 13-7 now our score with 39 seconds to go in this opening quarter.
So they'll bring Terwilliger on for the extra point. And that muddle huddle, so you never really know until they snap it what Martinsburg's going to do. On PATs and a flag here. False start against Martinsburg. So now moving back 5 yards. Still in Terwilliger's range. But now maybe Martinsburg goes for 2. They kind of bring the guys in early. They're probably just trying to get the extra protection here because they're kind of further back, don't want to get a block. But, again, you never know with the Bulldogs. Hudson Clement kind of now going down to the knee. Good hold. Kick is up. And good. No good, excuse me.
Wide left.
Looked good initially, but it was no good. 13-7 our score, 39 seconds to go in this opening quarter. This is West Virginia High School football on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. A hearty meal of 12 pieces for just $9 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $9.
39 seconds to go in this opening quarter. Nick Versley, Spencer Dupuy here on the call. Donald Kenny and Harry Brown, our cameraman, Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer, and Colin McLaughlin back in the studio. This onside kick is recovered by Riverside. That was Henry Bush.
At their own 49-yard line, and you know there has to be a point where unless you can stop them for sure defensively, where you kind of change your mindset on that play.
Yeah, we'll see. It seemed like you said, like Martinsburg seemed a little off on those first few drives. Maybe now that they got some confidence going with the offense, that the defense will step up here. But Riverside does have 1 drive and 1 touchdown so far in the ball game. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 plays here before the end of the first quarter. The Bulldogs show blitz. Simpson will keep, run to the right, and he finds just a little bit of room out to midfield.
Maybe the 50. I think they're marking him just shy of the 50. Like a foot shy of the 50.
With like Slack and Fleming in there again. So those 2 big D tackles on the inside. I mean, you talked to Christian before the game, Spencer. He knows that he had to have a big role in this game, and certainly, this run-heavy Riverside team.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll see a lot of those guys making plays. So the final few seconds roll off the clock in this opening quarter. 13-7. Martinsburg leading Riverside. This is West Virginia High School football on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Home helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest. Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle. Or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Makeup is everywhere. I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Leading here
here, 13-7 over Riverside, and the Beavers have it at midfield. 2nd down and 9 for Riverside. Simpson in the shotgun formation. He'll look to throw. Simpson over the middle, incomplete. McKnight couldn't haul it in. Hudson Clement there in coverage for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, great job by Clement to be there, be right on him, but not interfere with him.
Like we saw earlier.
Yeah, like we saw earlier, but be able to kind of break up that pass as he was going to the ground.
Yeah, it would have been a tough catch for Brady McKnight, the sophomore wide receiver for the Riverside Beavers. So it'll be 3rd and 9 from midfield. Riverside, it already feels like, kind of needs to get this first down with the way Martinsburg has played on the last few drives. Simpson rolls to the right, looks back to the left, now fires near side for Ellie. It's a jump ball. That's going to be pass interference on Murphy Clement. He didn't really allow Eli to get back to the football, and the pass falls incomplete, but it will be pass interference against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and the problem really was that he didn't turn around, so he was blind to what was going on. So if he had turned around, I don't necessarily think he would have gotten the call. He would have gotten a penalty because he would have seen where the ball was, but not seeing where the ball was, kind of being blind to the play, just looking at the receiver, that's what really caused him to get a pass interference.
Pass incomplete, but Riverside gets the first down on the penalty. Move the ball to the 35 of Martinsburg. Simpson has his troops lined up at the line of scrimmage on the Martinsburg 35. Now looks to the sideline. In the backfield is Mackey. Simpson gives it to Mackey. Dances in the hole, doesn't find room. Martinsburg stacks him up. Murphy Clement, Christian Slack, and Cam Shallis all involved in that tackle for the Bulldogs. Be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, great job by the Bulldogs to be able to swarm on that one and no gain.
Yep. Martinsburg able to kind of set that edge. Talked about Riverside being a little bit undersized in some key positions, but Martinsburg has that speed and size. As we come up on 11:25 to go in this first half, 13-7, Martinsburg leading Riverside. Play action. Deep ball down the far sideline, incomplete. Over the head of McKnight. Simpson's pass.
There's a flag on the play, though.
Yeah, and it is in the backfield, so could go against the Bulldogs here, or could also be holding.
Yeah.
It's going to be roughing the passer.
Yeah, can't do that. Give him. That's now 2 free first downs.
Yep. And those are huge because now that moves the ball. You know, I mean, pretty much your defense has been lights out besides the penalty, Spencer, so that moves it into the red zone now at the 20-yard line.
Well, and it really doesn't help that PAT was missed because then they could go down if they give up a touchdown.
And some Riverside kind of fighting. I mean, here at the penalties certainly helping them out, but discipline is a big part of the game, and Martinsburg has had some issues with penalties this season.
And the small student section for the Riverside Beavers getting a little rowdy over there.
Simpson throwing again, firing end zone for Ellie, and it's just off his hands, incomplete.
Pressure there again for Martinsburg on Simpson.
Blackwood on the coverage for Martinsburg. Good coverage there. Tough catch to make for Jake Ellie, the team's leading receiver. So Riverside throwing a lot more, too, in this game, Spencer. It seems like not having a lot of room up the middle against Martinsburg, so Simpson's been forced to throw.
Well, you got to change your game plan to how the defense is playing.
They are stacking the box quite a bit. They'll run it here. And Slack again stacking up the line initially, but then he was able to break off a tackle. And it's like Cam Shallis cleaned it up. And Roman Pearson as well. So 3rd and 7.
I was going to say, now 3rd down. You got to really stop him here and force a field goal. as the Martinsburg faithful make some noise here on this side of the bleachers.
Yeah, not a huge crowd for Martinsburg, but a pretty good crowd for obviously the trip, and they are loud here on this near side. 3rd down and 7. Simpson gives it to Tromba, and Tromba is stuffed again. Fleming in on that tackle.
As the field goal unit comes out for the Beavers.
So just 1 yard gain on the play. 4th down and 6 from the 16. Sean Kerwood will attempt this field goal. It's a 33-yard field goal. So we roll under 10 minutes to go. This will make it a 3-point game if Kerwood can make this field goal from 33 yards. Kick is up, and it's no good. Again, kind of wide to the left there.
That's 2 kicks back-to-back, no good on that side of the field.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a ton of wind based on the flagpole, so not really certain, but for whatever reason, guys missing those field goals there on, for us, the right side of the field.
And if you're Martinsburg, you'll definitely take that. Too many penalties, two bad penalties that last drive. You really didn't need to have them.
Yeah, and obviously, if Martinsburg doesn't pick up those penalties, they're probably able to hold without giving up points or even giving up point opportunities.
Yes.
But luckily for the Bulldogs, that kick was wide left and no good, and Ezra Bajent back out on the field for Martinsburg. Bajent takes the snap, looking to throw. Completes near side to Hudson Clement. Clement puts a nice dance move on the man. Gets across the 20, out of bounds, out the 25. So those yak yards, always huge for the Bulldogs when you're able to get guys like Pearson and Clement the football in space. They're able to make things happen.
Yeah, they're going to mark it at the 20, just, I guess, at the 27.
So 7-yard pickup. Be 2nd down and 3 from the 27, as you mentioned, with 9:32 to go in this first half. 13-7 Martinsburg. Bulldogs driving once again, or looking to get a drive started once again, I should say. Bajent sending a man in motion, and whistles come in from the near sideline. Timeout. Bulldogs will take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." At Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
Welcome back to Paynesville, Ohio, on the campus of Riverside High School. Martinsburg Bulldogs 13, Riverside 7. Here at 9:32 to go in this first half. Nick Verzley, Spencer Dupuis, happy to have you with us for this ball game. Donald Kinney and Harry Brown, our cameraman. Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer, and Colin McLaughlin back in the studio. Doing a great job keeping us online, or on air and online on TV 10 locally in Martinsburg, and on WNR R&R TV on YouTube. Bajent looking to throw. Deep ball down the middle of the field for Clement is incomplete. Good break up there on the pass by Aaron Conwell.
Yeah, Clement's looking for the pass interference. No call there, and I don't think that it really was much of a pass interference. I think the ball was a little too high.
Yeah.
A little too far and too high.
You could argue that Conwell was kind of riding his back a little bit there, but I'd agree. It'd be kind of a ticky-tack call, and obviously Martinsburg's on the road, so we know when they're on the road.
We're in a different state.
Yeah, they're not necessarily. They don't really get all the calls in West Virginia either, so you never know. Obviously, 3rd down and 3 here for the Bulldogs. From the 27, their own 27. Bajent bobbles the snap, picks it up, and gets smacked. Luckily, he holds on to that football. Coming in and making the hit, Henry Bush. Spencer, I think that's a nominee for your Cody's Auto Body collision of the game.
You just took that out of my mouth. I was going to say, that was definitely a candidate for the Cody's Auto Body Shop collision of the game right
I couldn't
there.
have you getting confused, call it the Bears Repair collision of the game, because you already got confused earlier saying Geico, so I can't have that on back-to-back plays here.
Hey, Shepherd update, 24-0 as the second quarter just starts. Ryan Beach now has 2 touchdowns.
4th down and 9. Bajent rolls out. He'll throw on 4th down and 9. Completes to Clement.
First down.
Somehow he held on to that one. And yeah, it is a first down. I did not expect that, but Martinsburg did go for it. I think they caught Riverside off guard again because earlier in the game you mentioned, or you saw how they went with the pooch punt.
I mean, that's kind of been their identity all year. I don't necessarily feel like Martinsburg has a punter, like a true punter, because I don't think they've really punted at all.
They don't like the punt.
I don't really think they've punted at all season long in a traditional punt formation.
Our second quarter brought to you on TV 10 by Kelly's Allstate and Ollie's VIP Lounge.
Shout out Kelly's Allstate.
Yep. You could nominate Hudson Clement for the good hands catch of the game there, but we already have a nomination. As here's a completion to the near side for the Bulldogs, down to the 40 or up to the 40-yard line. Kendall on the reception. Xavion Kendall coming out of the backfield making catches. Martinsburg, not a whole lot of runs early in this game as Murphy Clement running back onto the field at quarterback. Second down and 4 from the 41 after the 6-yard pickup. Kendall, a nice reception out of the backfield. Hudson Clement, the receiver to the near side, trips to the far side. They'll keep with Murphy Clement. Clement inside the 40, across the 45, and then hit late out of bounds. And this time that rolls the flag. That one was pretty obvious there.
Very obvious. As you can't do that chance. Come out right in front of us here, right below the visiting press box.
Yeah, the crowd is fired up. Some of them have been here since we got here.
Yeah.
They were helping us out, grabbing some cords. So that will move Mark to the 34-yard line.
Football play, you can't do that. You see where the line is, and you just kind of...
Throws to Hudson Clement at the 30. Good job by the Riverside defense. I mean, Riverside kind of quickly to the football. He's second down and 6.
Camp receiver.
Has been used a lot in more
back in the...
Yeah, kind of a tight end fullback wide though here in the run. Good run inside the 30 and Clement should now Bulldogs.
Found a great hold there, but
it's big plays. They always seem to have.
State of West Virginia.
It was a good. Xavion Kendall. Meant to get to the outside. The flag held the line, so it must have been something. So that will bite the Bulldogs up to. The second down and 12.
Is that right at the marker? I think that was right at the marker.
Yeah, it was another first down for the Bulldogs.
Great job by Bajent there to find the open man and throw the pass. Really wide open, right down, just a wide open hole for him to be able to throw that ball.
Yeah, Barrett kind of sitting in what looked like a zone defense, able to get open and make a nice catch over the middle. Kendall back to the left of Bajent. Bajent fires over the middle, sneaks it over the linebacker, and finds Hudson Clement inside the 10-yard line for another Martinsburg first down.
Great job by Bajent being able to put together some great passes that were completed so far this drive.
Yeah, drop that ball over the head of Dominic Tromba, the linebacker for Riverside, and Bajent now again here on now first and goal for the Bulldogs. Bajent looking end zone, fires off the back foot for Clement. He got a foot in, touchdown Martinsburg.
Wow. That is, can it be the Kelly Allstate good hands, good feet catch of the game?
Good feet? I don't know.
Because he got his foot in bounds for the touchdown. But that could also be a candidate for the Orsini's home store electrifying play of the game.
Was a nice catch by Hudson Clement, able to get that foot down in the corner of the end zone. 19-7 now our score with 5:49 to go in this first half of play. And it looks like Martinsburg's going to go for 2.
I mean, you want to get those 2 points back,
right?
The one that you missed, and then add one here.
Murphy Clement in the shotgun, kind of bunched up at the line. Hudson Clement going in motion from left to right. It's a bad snap. Murphy Clement will have to go back to his own 25-yard line, pick it up, looking to scramble, and then just throws it out of bounds. And that will be a penalty, but
grounding?
Yeah, but it won't matter. So
they won't
we'll wait until
kickoff?
Yeah, it will affect the kickoff, but it won't matter in terms of that play, I should say.
I don't know why you do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because as long as you get the ball and they can't return it in high school football.
Sometimes you're just not thinking out there. And that might have been one of those plays where Murphy.
I believe they declined the penalty.
All right, doesn't matter really. 19-7, 5:49 to go in this first half. We'll take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Welcome back to Painesville, Ohio, 19-7. Martinsburg now leading, failing on the extra point, but Hudson Clement scoring the touchdown for the Bulldogs. And Martinsburg will kick it away. And it did affect the kickoff, Spencer. So here's a onside kick attempt by the Bulldogs, fielded at their own 45 by Ethan Ross. So under 6 minutes to go, 19-7 our score. Bulldogs able to get the Clement touchdown and, kind of retake control of this one after his brother, Murphy Clement's touchdown was called back. Martinsburg still gets into the end zone. So scoring drive summary brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett. Trusted leadership, real solutions. Jason Barrett. 5:47 to go in this first half. 19-7 to score.
Shepherd Rams up 31-7 right now with 10:30 left in the second quarter.
Putting a beat down on Lockhaven there as Cam Schaus makes the tackle about the 49-yard line. Simpson running.
Christian Slack in there as well.
Riverside. So 3-yard pickup, be about 2nd and 7 from the 49 of Riverside. Riverside taking the early 7-0 lead in this ball game, but Martinsburg has responded. They now go up 19-7. They'll run it up the middle across midfield.
Just kept his feet churning and able to get to the other side of the 50.
Jason Mackey on that carry. into Martinsburg territory. It'll be 3rd and short, 3rd down and about 3 from the 49 of Martinsburg. Under 5 minutes to go in this first half, Bulldogs would like to get this football back, so would like a stop here on 3rd and short, 3rd and 3. Simpson adjusting at the line. Mackey remains the back. Simpson takes the snap. He'll run right, and he is stuffed. Great play there. Coming into the backfield and making the tackle was Martinsburg's Jaden Kidrick.
Great job by Kidrick, and now a 4th down. But you're in between the 40s. I don't know. Yeah, I think they're going to go for it here.
Yeah, 40. I don't know if I would go for it here because of Martinsburg's offense really clicking.
I mean,
but again, with them clicking, they could obviously go down the field and score on you and take the remaining time off the clock. So it's kind of one of those situations where you have a 4th and short, you have a chance to maybe get some points on the board. They're probably going to take a timeout here and discuss it.
You know, something I noticed is they have play clocks here.
I don't think it's working.
Use them.
I don't know. I think it went out because it looks like it's out on this side. But 4th down and 4, 3:42 to go in this first half. 19-7 our score. We'll take another 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Welcome back to Painesville, Ohio. 19-7 our score. Martinsburg leading Riverside. It's a 4th and 4, and it looks like, Spencer, they're going to go for it here. The Beavers, well, 4th and 4. I mean, early on, this is a huge play in this game. Simpson looking to throw complete wide open inside the 40-yard line for a Riverside first down. Cuts it back inside the 20, down inside the 10 before finally being brought down inside the 5-yard line. The completion was to Trey Reuter, the wide receiver on that reception.
Yeah, and you talked about, kind of the big gamble to go for it. If you're Riverside right there, it's a good gamble.
Well, a perfect play design, too, because it looked like Martinsburg kind of sold out on the run, just get it out into the flat to Reuter, and Reuter gets it all the way down to 1st down and goal now from the 4, and maybe wake up Martinsburg a little bit here after, have a chance to get right back into this football game.
Yeah, definitely, and Martinsburg not being able to get that 2-point conversion could
We'll hand it to Mackey, and Mackey is into the end zone for a touchdown, Riverside. And now 19-13 our score with 3 minutes to go before half.
Yeah, and if you're Martinsburg, you just really couldn't give it up. You just shouldn't have given up that 4th down conversion because that really set it all up.
4-yard touchdown run by Jason Mackey with 3:07 to go in this second quarter. Kerwood on to attempt the point after and get it within 5. Low snap, kick is up, and good. So 19-14, 3:07 to go in this first half of play. We're back at 60 seconds. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Things interesting in this first half. Spencer not tying it up and making it a 5-point ball game on that last drive, a key fourth down conversion. Coach Borges rolls the dice and it works out for the Beavers.
Yeah, and I mentioned that on that touchdown run, that 2-point, the missed field goal, the missed PAT, and then the missed 2-point conversion could really come back to bite the Bulldogs later on in this game, unless they can pull away in the second half like they tend to do.
It's a line drive kick.
Let it go.
And Hudson Clement will let it roll into that end zone for a touchback. So Martinsburg here 3 minutes ago before the half. Riverside gets the ball to start the second half, Spencer. So it's an important drive here because a chance for Riverside, if they're able to get a stop, to regain the lead to start the second half. And, of course, for Martinsburg, you can extend that lead heading into halftime with about 3 minutes to go. So, crucial time in the ball game early on for both teams.
Yeah, definitely a crucial time. And if you're Martinsburg, you were doing some good things, and you're keeping Bajan out there, and he did some good things last drive.
Yeah, he's been throwing the ball pretty well through a touchdown to Hudson Clement on that last drive. He pump fakes, now dumps it down to Clement, wide open over the middle, across the 30. Across the 35, first down, Martinsburg. I mean, it's the play design there, but how do you let number 3 open so much? I mean, maybe it's just skill, but
on the tape, you look at the tape, and he's all over the tape. So I don't know how you don't double cover him.
Even with the play or the pump fake, Clement able to kind of sneak underneath and make a nice play after the catch. Under 3 minutes to go in this first half. Agent stepping up, looking for deep ball down the far sideline. A nice catch on the comeback back shoulder grab. It's caught by Stephon Barclay.
Stephon Barclay gets the automatic Kelly's Allstate good hands catch of the game. That's the hardest catch you can make on the field. Already giving it to him.
It's fair enough. You don't really see Barclay a lot in this offense. A junior, I mean, it's tough to get on the field with all the weapons Martinsburg has out there, and there he makes a nice back shoulder catch for another Bulldog first down to the 40 of Riverside, and the Suns came out to play. Bajan again looking deep for Barclay inside the 20, and he could have topped his catch there.
He could have, for dang sure. Just unable to get his hands around that one.
Yeah, another good ball from Bajan on the deep passes. He's been on today, and really it seems like throughout the season it's been up and down for Ezra, but this has been one of his better games in this first half. Certainly has a lot of talent with that arm strength that we've seen on this drive. Bajan looking to throw again, dumps it down to Kendall underneath. Kendall inside the 40-yard line.
I really like these dump downs to Kendall.
Yeah, it's kind of a way to extend your rushing attack. Jason Ryan in on that tackle. We see that a lot with Shepherd, so maybe they figured, hey, we're playing on Saturday. We got Ezra Bajan, Tyson Bajan. We'll dump it down the flat, run that Shepherd offense today. Because really Shepherd doesn't like to run the football at all, and it kind of supplements your rushing attack when you're able to get guys open in the flat. Barrick, play action. Bajan looking deep for Clement. Again, caught near side, inside the 20-yard line.
I don't know. That was a great catch as well. I don't know. I think I prematurely gave the Kelly's Allstate good hand catch of the game.
I think you could give it to the entire Martinsburg receiving corps today because they've had some great catches throughout this ball game. And 19-14 the score. 1:30 to go in this first half. A nice drive here by the Bulldogs coming down the field. Kendall the back to the left of Bajan. 4 receivers in the formation. Bajan hands it to Kendall. Kendall inside the 15, inside the 10, cuts it back. Great block by Barrick, and he'll score 6. Touchdown Martinsburg.
And, Xavier Kendall's really been waiting for that for a few weeks, and he's finally got the opportunity to run one in for a touchdown, and great blocking there, especially by Barrick.
Yeah, that little seal there on the edge allowed Xavier Kendall to cut it back inside, get the Bulldogs back on the board now, 25-14. Bajan in the offense staying on the field as they'll look to go for 2. Bajan rolls to the right, throws it toward the end zone, incomplete, just trying to get Jacob Barrick the football there in a jump ball situation, but broken up on the play by Lucas Malapeka, and he'll make the play there. So 1:24 to go in this first half, 25-14. Martinsburg, we're back at 60.
This is Matt Miller, along with my wife Dale.
As homeowners, we've been through the mortgage process several times, and each time we went to Mark and Cheryl Savitt at the Mortgage Center.
They treat you like family with personal one-on-one service, walking with you through the process from application to settlement.
Plus, low interest rates and closing costs.
The Mortgage Center is on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Phone 304-267-9040.
Or online at mortgagefinancing.com. NMLS number 237527, Equal Housing Lender.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
5-14, Nick Verzolini and Spencer Dupuis, happy to have you with us for West Virginia High School football action here on TV10 and WRR TV on YouTube.
In Ohio.
Yep. West Virginia, there you go, West Virginia football in Ohio. Fair catch called for at the 33-yard line for Riverside. And now, Spencer, they have time here to get a score before the break as fair caught by Max Boris.
Yeah, minute 23 left here in this first half of play, and see what they can do. Hopefully this Martinsburg defense can shut them down, though.
Yeah, the Bulldogs have been strong on defense for the most part, but did give up that play there on that 4th down and 4 where they were able to get Trey Reuter in the flat. Reuter kind of took it up that far sideline and got them into the red zone before Jason Mackey was able to score 6, the sophomore tailback for Riverside. And then Martinsburg, they were responding with a nice drive as Rebagent making some nice throws on that last one. And then Martinsburg getting the touchdown run by Xavier Kendall to extend the lead to 25-14 here with a minute 23 to go in this first half. They'll hand it off here. Nice little play design, but Martinsburg was not fooled. Good tackle for the Bulldogs by Kai Fagan.
Christian Slack in there again. He's been all over the field today.
We got a good guy to interview this week.
I guess so.
In terms of production on the field, Slack.
Hey, I guess Coach Sherman knows what he's doing when I ask him. Who do you want to send
You
to
think
me?
he knows what he's – I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe he's won. He's won
some games over the years. Completion there on the far side, making the catch was Aaron Conwell. Conwell made the catch, but then he fell down immediately, so unable to pick up any more yards after the catch. Just a 4-yard pickup, and the clock now is stopped with 37 seconds.
Is there an injured player?
Yeah, Conwell's kind of slow over there to get to the sideline. I don't know if he's injured or just need to adjust some equipment. Looks like it was just an equipment issue. So clock rolls down to 33 seconds, second down and 7. They'll run it up the middle. Nice run by Tromba. Tromba carrying guys, but at this point, Spencer, you kind of got to go quickly with.
Are they calling it a first?
I believe it is a first down as the clock is stopped.
They may have.
They will now move the chains.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they got probably about one more play in them. Yeah,
or at least one more rushing play if you want to run it again. But
they're going to call timeout and discuss things. So we'll take a 30-second break. 25-14, Martinsburg on top. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
See that Honda badge? It reveals more than the Ridgeline's maker. It's a testament to endurance and Honda ingenuity. So when the terrain ahead is full of challenges, brace yourself. The Honda Ridgeline is about to amaze you. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Ridgeline.
Miller Honda, south of Winchester, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. www.mymillerhonda.com.
Welcome back to Painesville, Ohio. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuis here on the call. Donald Kinney, Harry Brown, our cameraman. Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer. And Colin McLaughlin back in the studio in Martinsburg. You'll hear from Colin in a few minutes here, and he'll have some scoreboards from college football and a high school game.
Yeah, and he had another Shepherd update, but I wanted to leave it to him.
There you go. That pass over the middle, complete inside the 30. It just floated in past the Martinsburg defense. A nice catch by Michael Tromba, the brother of the running back Dominic Tromba. Don't hear a lot from Michael, but Michael there able to get past the Martinsburg defense and makes the catch. Kind of weird because it looked like Martinsburg was in prevent, but I guess the clock we have must be off because that was the final play of that half.
I guess so.
About 20 seconds off somehow.
I don't know. I saw Coach Sherm looking over at the ref and then pointing all his kids to come down.
So the big play by Michael Tromba doesn't really matter that much besides the stats at the end of the game. 25-14 our score here at the half. And since we don't have a sideline reporter, we'll take a 2-minute break.
I think Coach Sherman was even looking for a sideline reporter down there.
Hey, somebody cares about Colin at least, right?
Yeah.
25-14. We'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of the break, we'll have the halftime show here from Painesville, Ohio. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
I have somewhat of an aggressive personality. People will tell you that it's not always a good thing. I wanted to have a clothing line that represented me and what I am, but also somebody else. When I came up with aggressive, it stands for actively giving, righteously executing, and sincerely vigorous. Anybody can do that. You know, from a small child doing a good deed or holding the door for someone, or to having somebody pump gas for somebody else. Anybody can do that. Aggressive Clothing is a company that I started to try to be able to give back to local vets, first responders, and law enforcement. My grandfather and 7 other brothers of his were all in the Navy. They were in Pearl Harbor, and this was my way to be able to give back, whether it be doing charitable donations or networking, helping them get jobs, anything I can do to help.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back to Riverside High School in Painesville, Ohio. The Martinsburg Bulldogs leading 25-14 here at the half. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuis here on the Mansion Ferretti halftime show. And Spencer, we look at it here, a interesting first half. You know, Riverside, as Coach David Boers told us, expected to be pretty big underdogs, but they're hanging around with Martinsburg here in this first half, and
really after that first drive, though, and besides that fourth down, Martinsburg has played pretty good in this first half as well.
Yeah, they've definitely played pretty good, and it seems like a lot of teams, if you're going to play with Martinsburg, you can play with them the first half, and then Martinsburg will separate themselves in the second half and finish the game.
Yeah, that seems to be the case for the most part. I mean, we've seen some good teams, in the state of Virginia keep up with the Bulldogs, like Highland Springs and Salem, but we'll kind of see how the second half goes. Obviously, Martinsburg, though, used to having a big lead at the half, like you mentioned. So, overall, I think after that first drive, which both offensively and defensively did not look good for Martinsburg, once they settled in and started playing their game, it looked like the team we've seen all year and really for the past 10 years for the Bulldogs. And obviously, they're going to have to keep that up, though, in the second half and don't let a team like Riverside continue to stick around because they have some athletes. They definitely have some talent. We've seen that in the first half to, potentially pull off an upset or at least make a game very competitive.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it'll be a tale of the see if what they could do the second half coming out. If they're able to do some things offensively and hold Martinsburg defensively, that's something that a lot of teams have not done this year, is be able to hold Martinsburg defensively.
We look back on it. Riverside went up early on the Dominic Tromba touchdown run, take a 7-0 lead. But the Bulldogs responded with a nice drive down the field, capping off of a touchdown of their own to tie things up at 7. And then, got the onside kick, and that was a big turning point in the game. Hudson Clement recovering that onside kick. Martinsburg goes down the field, gets another touchdown to go up 13-7. Missed the PAT and kind of had that lead for a little bit, then extended the lead out to 19-7 on the on another touchdown on their next drive. And it kind of looked like Martinsburg was going to pull away in this first half, but we talked about the 4th down and 4 conversion by Riverside allows the Beavers to get into the red zone, punch it in from 4 yards out. Mackey scoring that touchdown, and then Martinsburg coming back with the Xavion Kendall touchdown run to take us to 25-14 here before the half. So that's your scoring drive summaries brought to you by 61st District Delegate Jason Barrett, Trusted Leadership, Real Solutions. And Spencer, anything really stand out to you in the first half, whether it be on, I guess starting with Martinsburg and then for Riverside?
Yeah, I mentioned it quite a few times in the first half. Something just seemed off that first couple of minutes. It was, to me, I think it was just the jitters of playing this game on a Saturday, not used to playing on a Saturday, and traveling the night before, sleeping in a hotel bed, and it's something that you're not used to doing in high school.
Yeah, and obviously, too, it was a long trip down here, probably a pretty long day yesterday, or up here, I should say, to Erie, or to Lake
nearly
Erie.
We're nearly at Lake Erie.
Yep. Just outside of Cleveland here in Paynesville, and, a long trip up. Then you didn't just go to the hotel because you decided, you wanted to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, so that kind of was a long day overall yesterday, and that was definitely a cool experience for Martinsburg, but that might have affected that start. And then on the Riverside side of things, they've thrown the ball a lot more than we're used to seeing, which I think, definitely could contribute to a pretty competitive first half because Martinsburg probably expected them to stick to the run, but they've had some successful pass plays in this first half.
Yeah, they definitely had some successful pass plays, and I'm really excited to see what this second half brings if Riverside can continue to stay keep this game an 11-point deficit right now. I think if you can keep that around, if you can get a touchdown and make it less than that, because they'll get the ball to start the second half or pending the kickoff.
Yeah, true. You never know if Martinsburg, they could obviously onside kick and recover the football. So what we'll do now is we'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, you'll hear from Colin McLaughlin. He'll have the scoreboard.
The sports doctor.
The sports doctor will have the scoreboard halftime update for you, get you some college football scores, keep you updated on the Shepherd Rams, who are beating up on Lock Haven right now, and, of course, Marshall and WVU as well in action. This is the Mansion Freddy halftime show. Mansion Freddy Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. That does it for our portion, or this first portion of the halftime show. And after this 2-minute break, you'll hear from Colin McLaughlin back in the studio in Martinsburg. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
There's nothing like spending a week at the lake. In my experience, La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake is the perfect getaway. Owned by Martinsburg residents, it's only 2 hours away. Whether it's lounging on the spacious deck with amazing views or relaxing in the hot tub, it just doesn't get better than La Bella Vita. With plenty of space for family and friends, this 5-bedroom, 5.5-bathroom home is the perfect luxury mountaintop retreat. Inside, you'll find an extremely well-furnished home that features 2 master bedrooms, an 85-inch TV for everybody, and a fully accessible kitchen and dining area, with everything your entire family will need. Our family enjoyed roasting s'mores at the fire pit in the evenings, and by day, exploring much of the 3,900 acres that makes up Deep Creek Lake. The community has several excellent restaurants and lots of family and friendly activities, and they're all just a short distance away. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor-Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales at 301-750-2182.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard. Hello, Colin McLaughlin here. Welcome into the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg halftime scoreboard show. And there in Painesville, Ohio, Martinsburg, right now on top by 11 over Riverside, 25-14. Let's look at some other scores going on right now. The Shepherd Rams absolutely dominating in the first half over Lock Haven. That's why they're 16th in the nation in D2. It's 48-7. What a performance right now by Tyson Bajent, 11 for 19, 249 yards and 4 touchdowns. They already brought in the backup, Mr. Smith. He's 1 for 1 with a 16-yard pass as well. 2 touchdowns for Brown and Beach, and I believe there was 2 touchdowns for Swartz as well. So lighting up the scoreboard is the Shepherd Rams on the road in the PSAC. West Virginia right now, a difficult struggle yet again for the Mountaineers. They're losing to the Baylor Bears 35-13 with 8:35 to go in the third. As for Marshall, they just kicked off about midway through the first quarter against Old Dominion. It's still 0-0 there. Your other NCAA football games going on right now in the Big 12, but not for long as both teams are looking to go to the SEC. You have number 6 Oklahoma and number 21 Texas up against each other in the Red River Showdown. 11:45 to go in the third quarter there. Texas up 38-20 against Oklahoma. Maryland losing to number 7 Ohio State 42-10. Number 11 Michigan State up 28-13 against Rutgers. Arkansas and Ole Miss tied at 14 apiece. Florida handling Vanderbilt 34-0. Tennessee up on South Carolina 38-14. And Georgia Tech up by a field goal over Duke. It's all the games currently going on right now. So let's get ready to send it back to Riverside High School there in Painesville, Ohio. Again, it's 25-14. Your Martinsburg Bulldogs trying to stay undefeated on the year. Let's take another 2-minute break first, and then it'll be time back there for Spencer and Nick to continue with the halftime show.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Whether you're heading to a high school, college, or professional football game, Johnny's has all your tailgating go-tos. Delicious wings, meatballs, shrimp, burgers, and dogs. Plus, Johnny's has everything you need to serve it all up. Party trays, utensils, plates, cups, and more. Stop by either of our two great locations, 1456 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg and Route 11 South in Chambersburg.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back to Paynesville, Ohio. Martinsburg leading Riverside 25-14. Nick Verzolini and Spencer Dupuis here at the half. Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer. Donald Kenny and Harry Brown, our cameraman. And Colin McLaughlin, who you just heard from back in the studio. Spencer 25-14, our score. Martinsburg on top. And as we talked about, if the Bulldogs are able to get this win, they will play Spring Mills next week, and that Spring Mills team getting a win last night over Frankfort. Of course, then after that, Jefferson will come in undefeated. So some big EPAC games coming up for the Bulldogs, and this game has proven to be a challenge, which is a good thing, I think, for Martinsburg to have this kind of challenge before the postseason, because there's some good teams in the state of West Virginia this year, in particular in that southern part of the state.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Martinsburg just kind of pulls. I think Martinsburg has a good chance to pull away in this second half. I think it's going to be a totally different second half now that they've gone in the locker room and be able to change some things. And I just think that if they can stop the run for this Riverside team and play some good pass coverage, then you can easily get the win here today if you're Martinsburg.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Riverside has found a way to kind of catch off Martinsburg on some plays, able to get some, good passes, which, as we talked about in pregame, this is a run-heavy team. They really only use two receivers, and Aaron Conwell and Jake Ellie, but in this game alone, they've gotten some other guys involved to make some big plays. So, Riverside's done a good job of mixing it up and kind of keeping Martinsburg on its heels a little bit, and if it wants to keep in this football game, that will be key in the second half as well for Riverside to continue to run some stuff and keep Martinsburg on its toes.
Yeah, definitely. You want to keep Martinsburg on their toes because you never know what a defense can do if you can get them on their toes. You never know where a missed assignment could come, and you could just, get that missed assignment and go for a touchdown, and all of a sudden, be within a score of Martinsburg or even take the lead against Martinsburg.
And you look back on it, too. Bajent with a touchdown pass to Hudson Clement earlier in the ball game. Murphy Clement having a rushing touchdown. Blanking on a name there, but for Martinsburg. Another touchdown by Xavion Kendall, and Clement with 2 touchdowns in the ball game for the Bulldogs. So that's how this looks for Martinsburg. And then the touchdown scored by Riverside coming from Dominic Tromba and Jason Maggie. Those are your first half stats, brought to you by Dobson and Associates, PLLC, providing all your back office needs, including accounting, payroll, and human resources. They want to be your back office. Call 304-264-0437 or stop by 217 West Burke Street in Martinsburg. And again, we highlighted Xavion Kendall in that pregame show as kind of the fill-in for Braxton Todd Spencer, and he's done a nice job today with a touchdown run and continuing to have some success with catching the ball out of the backfield, which has been a nice way to use him.
Yeah, definitely. I think being able to kind of use him as a dink and dunk play when you have him in the backfield, it's just a way to extend plays, as you mentioned in the first half. And if you can extend plays like that when nobody's open down the field or you're sensing the rush, that's a good way to gain 5, 6, 7, even 15, 20 yards.
Yep, definitely. So we got about 2.5 minutes here before the start of the second half. Let's take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, Spencer and I will give some keys and get you ready for the second half kickoff. This is West Virginia High School football on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies, find the right coverage at the right price with easy payment plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front-end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg, phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
For the start of the second half, Spencer, what's kind of your keys to the second half for each team? Martinsburg obviously looking to kind of finish out how they did in the first half, and Riverside was a solid performance in that first half.
Yeah, I think if you're Riverside, you just need to be continuing what you're doing, kind of disrupting, what you did in the very beginning of the game. It seems like you disrupted how Martinsburg came out and played, and if you continue to do that, you can get back. It's 11 points. You're not out of this game, but you can, continue to gain momentum and swing the momentum into your favor and potentially, get some more points on the board and be able to play a tighter ball game against Martinsburg. And if you're Martinsburg, you just continue to execute what you've done best all season. That is mixing the run and pass, mixing in the quarterbacks, and, the Clement brothers playing like they've played so far.
Yeah, they've definitely had a big impact on that first half. Like, really, they've had an impact on every game this season. I mean, Hudson Clement has been great at wide receiver, one of the top receivers in the state of West Virginia. Murphy Clement and that chemistry with him running the football. And I think a big thing today, Azerbaijan's done a great job, probably, again, one of his better games of the season in terms of consistency, throwing the ball deep down the field, spreading the ball around well. So both quarterbacks are playing well, and whenever that happens, Martinsburg is really tough to beat. Typically, it's one guy's kind of dominating the game, so they keep him in, and you don't see the other one as much. But in this game, both guys have done well, and obviously Riverside, we think, will get the ball to start the second half, but obviously Martinsburg has the ability to onside kick and recover, as they've already done once in this ball game, so you got to be aware of that, obviously, and I'm sure Riverside is aware of that. But about a minute 30 here to go. Martinsburg took a little bit more time coming out of the locker room.
Well, their locker room a little bit further away, so I mean, if you're Riverside, all you got to do is trot out their nice. Looks like just a big athletic building they have right here next to the stadium. And for Martinsburg, you had to come all the way from what looks like the school building across the parking lot.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. Not that anything. This on Riverside, obviously.
No, but it's a little bit further.
You think in a big building like that, they'd throw another locker room in there for the Bulldogs or for whoever comes up here.
The visiting locker room, sir.
Yeah. But, yeah, it is a nice building. I'm sure they got a pretty nice weight room in there and probably, obviously a pretty nice locker room as well. But, yeah, I mean, Martinsburg, again, kind of got off to a shaky start, but has looked more like the Bulldogs as of late. And you can tell they're kind of ready to go, too. I think that's something Martinsburg does a lot. Like, when they come out for the second half, they're just, ready to play. Don't usually need a whole lot of stretching.
No, but this Paynesville Riverside team, they're doing a lot of stretching. I think they've been stretching now for 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, they've been getting ready. I mean, and it all depends on coaching mentality, I think, when you come out for the second half. Some teams like to get a lot of stretches in. Others just kind of do what the players feel comfortable, so if they feel like they need to stretch, then they'll do that. Both things I think work. Here's we get ready for this second half kickoff, brought to you by Bears Repair, located at 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. For all your automotive repair needs, call the certified mechanics at Bears Repair at 304-262-0208. And we begin now the second half. Spencer, and really entertaining first half between these two teams. 39 points put up, kind of back and forth as well. So hopefully we can get more of that in the second half.
For fans of football, this is a good game because it seems like Martinsburg, when they play in the EPAC for the most part, their heads in bounds, leaps and bounds over their competition. But it seems here that this Riverside team is shown some good competition to this Martinsburg team. Only an 11-point deficit at halftime, and we'll see how the second half shakes out.
And, of course, Riverside will return the favor and come to Martinsburg next season. So that will be fun to see these two teams kind of maybe create a little bit of some more games in the future as well, because obviously they both kind of helped each other out. Riverside had a team drop out of its conference, and Martinsburg just couldn't find an opponent really close by that wanted to play them that they were willing to play, and obviously they found Riverside, and this has been a good matchup so far. So the Bulldogs will start the onside kick, and it goes right to the up man, Max Boris. I believe that's the second time Boris has recovered an onside kick.
And, it looked like he almost bobbled that one, and if you were Martinsburg, you could have gotten lucky on that, but not so, and now you set up Riverside with great field position.
Yeah, and Riverside has had a lot of good field position and has done a solid job in the first half of taking advantage of that. And 25-14, our score here to begin the second half. The Beavers are back on the field, 1st and 10 from their own 49-yard line. Simpson in the offense trotting back out there. Dominic Tromba, the back to the left of Simpson. Sends a man in motion from right to left. They wanted to get that jet sweep to start the drive, but a penalty going against Riverside will back him up.
Yeah, false start there. You can't have that to start the second half, especially when you're down 11 points and want to put up some points in a great field position, but now you're backed up.
Yeah, Brady McKnight was going in motion, was going to get a jet sweep. Could have maybe done some damage if the Bulldogs weren't ready for that, but early on, get a penalty to start the second half too, Spencer. I mean, that's something, one, the count because you scripted probably your first few plays of the second half, so you know what you're coming out to.
That can't happen.
That's a tough penalty if you're Riverside, especially against a team like Martinsburg. Simpson in the shotgun. Man goes in motion now from left to right. This time they'll turn around and hand it to Tromba. Tromba has a nice hole across the 45-yard line, fighting hard, but then being driven back by Jacob Barrett and the Bulldog defense.
Yeah, and that only gains them back to the original line of scrimmage, so now 2nd down and 10.
It is a 5-yard pickup, but yeah, that penalty hurts you because it moves you just back to the original line, like you said. So, ball goes to the 48-yard line, 2nd down and 10 for the Beavers. Ball on the far hash for Riverside. Simpson will run here to the near side, cuts it back up the middle, and a great job by Aiden Fleming to get off his block, and then Christian Slack to clean it up for the Bulldogs.
Cam Chalice in there as well, and now it's 3rd down, and you're right back. I guess you gain a couple inches. It looks like now looking down at the marker, a couple inches were gained.
Yeah, and it looked like initially like Simpson might have had a hole, but Fleming got off his block very quickly and filled that hole. So it'll be 3rd and 10. Riverside on its own 48-yard line. Simpson in the shotgun, 4 receivers set. He's under some pressure, avoids the sack, dumps it down underneath, complete. And a nice hit by Hudson Clement. Good catch on the play underneath to Brady McKnight, but it's well short of the 1st down. 4th and 4, kind of a similar situation.
I think you got to go for it.
Yeah, Coach Bors has already rolled the dice once. Had some solid plays on this quick drive here. And it looks like Riverside will roll the dice and go for it here.
They had success when they rolled the dice before, so might as well do it again.
Yeah, and if you want to beat Martinsburg, you got to be as aggressive as they are. I feel
Exactly.
like. And a lot of teams aren't that aggressive because they're like, well, we can't give Martinsburg a short field. Simpson looking deep down the field. Is that caught? It is.
Wow.
Ellie with the one-handed grab. That's your Kelly Allstate catch of the game,
he
Spencer.
Just stole it. He stole the Kelly's Allstate Good Hands catch of the game. What the heck? He just stole it.
He stole that ball, plucked it out of the air. A great catch on the play. Jake Ellie, the wide receiver for Riverside. He's had some nice catches. That one, a great one. And it keeps the drive going for the Bulldogs. They'll run it to the left. Bouncing off tacklers is Tromba. (25-14). 2-yard pickup. So both times Riverside has gone for it on 4th and 4 in their own territory. They've converted and making a statement, I think, is Riverside in this ball game that they can compete in the state of Ohio as they'll throw the deep ball down the far sideline.
Just a little
incomplete.
too far. A little too far. A little overthrown.
Yeah, he wanted Aaron Conwell. Pass is incomplete. 8:46 to go in this 3rd quarter. And another thing, Spencer, Riverside kind of controlling some time of possession on this drive.
Exactly. Almost burned, 3.5 minutes almost?
Which can be a good thing or a bad thing. Obviously, Martinsburg likes to go quick, and you're down already. But plenty of time in this game that at this point it doesn't affect things too much. They'll throw again. Looking near side and caught inside the 5-yard line for a touchdown, Riverside by Brady McKnight.
Wow.
And that just looked like Martinsburg kind of gave up on the play.
Yeah, and, I think what it was is
blown coverage probably.
Blown coverage, and Murphy Clement there didn't want to cause another pass interference penalty.
Yeah, him and Hudson Clement both discussing kind of the play there. Looked like a breakdown in the coverage on that right side. And Murphy's had to play corner this year a lot due to injuries that Martinsburg has suffered. So it's a 25-20 game here with 8:36 to go. Riverside won't go away, and now they're going to try to play Martinsburg football. Go for two. You kind of have to make it a 3-point game. They'll run a pitch play. McKnight cuts it up. McKnight to the one, but he's stopped short. Murphy Clement making the tackle after Fagan came up and hit him initially with 8:36 to go in this third quarter. 25-20, Martinsburg on top. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." At Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood and Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Riverside coming out, playing aggressive football, converting 2 fourth downs now in the ball game, and have it within 5 here as Martinsburg still leads. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuis, happy to have you with us. That ball goes into the end zone for the touchback. And now it's going to come down to defense if Riverside wants to win this football game, and it's tough to stop this Martinsburg offense, especially once they got rolling.
Before we get talking about that, it's been my critique all season long. You just got to stop with the short kickoffs, especially when you're in this close of a game, just to start the second half.
Yeah.
You still have a whole half. Maybe you want to be aggressive late or maybe really early, but when you're at an 11-point game at half, you give the ball to them at basically at midfield. You can't do that. And that's been my gripe all season long.
Especially against good teams like Riverside, who has proven to be a pretty good football team. That pass over the middle, complete to Hudson Clement. Clement fighting forward to about the 29-yard line. So Ezra Bagent starting the second half off well, just like he ended the first half. Ball moves to the 28, 2nd and 2. Bagent sending Clement in motion. Riverside shows blitz. They do come. Free rusher. Complete Jacob Barrick underneath, for the first down. And great job by Ezra Bagent there. He felt the rush, found Barrick underneath in the soft spot because that linebacker blitzed and allowed the opening. Shepherd leading 55-7 over Lock Haven. Tyson Bagent throwing his 5th touchdown for the Rams. But here we got ourselves a great football game. 25-20. Martinsburg leading Riverside. Both teams really battling back and forth throughout this ball game.
I think we chose the right game.
At least the go-to.
Yeah.
Ezra Bagent crossed the 35 running there.
Bagent running, he's done that twice now in this contest.
He certainly has the ability to, but more of that pocket passer compared to Murphy Clement, who can do a little bit of both. 2nd and 8 after the 2-yard pickup. Ball to the 37. Bush in on that tackle for Riverside. Under 7 minutes to go in this third quarter. We also talked about how Riverside was able to take about 4 minutes off the clock on their opening drive of the second half with a short field, too. Bagent looking to throw, completes near side. Hudson Clement. Clement moves the ball to the right side, gets out of bounds across the 40-yard line. Brought down by Jason Ryan.
Just short. He has 2 yards now short of the first down. 3rd down and 2.
Moving the ball to the 43. Bagent remains the quarterback here on 3rd and 2. Kendall the back to the left of him. Three receivers, trips stacked to the far side. They'll run with Xavion Kendall, and I don't know if he got there, Spencer. Riverside came in.
The initial spot says he barely got back to the line of scrimmage.
Looked like it was Trey Reuter making the tackle along with Nick Messenger. So that's 4th and 2, and again, we know Martinsburg is going to be aggressive on 4th down.
I just don't know how aggressive you want to be. You're only up 5.
I mean, both these teams apparently want to be aggressive in this ball game, which so far it's worked out for them. Eric King, the back here, on 4th and 2. We'll see. Looks like Clement is in, so they're probably not going to punt it. Murphy Clement takes the snap. He runs up the middle, gets a great block, and has the first down.
Well, I was wrong. Call me wrong another time today. I was wrong. Easy choice if you could find that hole for Clement.
I mean, Eric King, the 6'1", 210-pound back, he led the way for Murphy Clement. Made a great block. And, you know, he may not get a ton of carries, but King, a big guy. He can play the D-line as well. And you see him lead the block for Murphy Clement. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs, to 48. Clement taking again, same play pretty much. King again leading the way. That time Clement lays the boom and gets it into Riverside territory to the 45. Second down and about 3 after the 7-yard pickup. Bajan looks to the sideline. Not Bajan.
This guy playing without a cleat?
Yeah, he lost it there.
Well, he just took it off. I just watched him take off his cleat.
Clement now running to the right side again. Big hole this time. Clement to the 30, 20. He's going to score 6 again. Murphy Clement and Martinsburg just said, hey, let's go power football.
Let's do it.
And run it down your throat. Touchdown, Bulldogs. Go up 31-20.
That's got to be a candidate for the electrifying play of the game. After you give up a touchdown, and you can come down and roll off a huge 45-yard touchdown run. And Clement now making a name for himself in this contest. Again, could be potentially the WVU Medicine player of the game.
Yeah.
Certainly a candidate.
I mean, they pretty much ran the same play 3 times in a row. Twice to the near side.
Yeah.
They come back to the right side, hit him with it again, and that time it goes for the touchdown. Terwilliger's kick is good. Can't be too early on this. Extra points good, 32-20, 4:41 to go in this third quarter. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you are away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Happy to have you with us. 32-20. Martinsburg leading Riverside here in what has been a great game. Murphy Clement scoring the touchdown on the run. Eric King on that drive, Spencer, with 3 huge blocks on those last 3 plays. And they allowed Clement to just gash the defense of Riverside and then eventually score.
Yes, shout out to the producer and part-time spotter, Donna Schaffner, for giving us the intel that it was 32.
We were on top of it, but Donna's here to help us out if we need her, right? She knows what she's doing. Shout out to the whole crew today. Donald Kinney on camera along with Harry Brown. And then back in the studio, Colin McLaughlin. Of course, shout out to you, Spencer. But I already gave
Shout
you
out
a
to Donald for the drive up here. He got up at 3:45, 3 a.m.,
I was proud of him.
and he made it all the way. Had to have a coffee break, but
hey,
who doesn't? You're driving 5.5 hours.
Great job by Donald driving up here to Riverside so we could bring this game to you.
Now we just got to drive back after the game.
One step at a time. First, we got to finish the game here. 32-20 our score. It's been a good one so far. Riverside taking over a good field position. They'll run McKnight to the outside. McKnight
Nowhere.
gets stacked up at the 40-yard line. Cam Chalice,
Chalice in there,
leading the way on that tackle.
Chalice done a lot of been in on a lot of tackles so far today, and just continues to do what he does best, come in as a linebacker and just be a force to be reckoned with when he comes through the line.
It's a 4-yard loss on the play, making it 2nd and 14. 4 minutes to go in this third quarter. Martinsburg with the 32-20 lead over Riverside here in Paynesville, Ohio. Right by Lake Erie, just outside Cleveland. Deep ball for Simpson down the sideline, incomplete. There's pass interference, though.
Is that on Roman Pearson?
Yes, it will most likely go against Pearson.
Second or third time now we've had pass interferences on deep balls, and you just can't do that. But I think it also has to do with the fact that the way the game plan was for this game, they weren't really game planning for a lot of deep passes.
Conwell, the intended receiver. And yeah, Spencer, you're right. I mean, this isn't a team that throws it a ton, but they have been doing that a lot more today, trying to kind of match Martinsburg, as we've seen. And, you know, win or lose, you got to give credit to Riverside and David Boers' squad. They have came to play this afternoon and have done some things that maybe we didn't expect them to do, as there's a flag here and will be against Martinsburg.
Another flag against Martinsburg. Mark it off. It's going to be 10-yard. Or are they just marking off the...
No, they already marked off the 15.
We're marking off another 15.
Yeah, it looked like a personal foul of some sort. I didn't quite see what it was, though.
So used to having a ref mic in college like we had at Marshall.
Snap. Pass complete on the near side. Nice hit. Complete to McKnight. But coming up and making the hit was Fagan.
Oh, no, that's Clement.
Oh, my bad.
And if Clement was a second earlier, I think he would have made the ball come loose, and it would have been an incomplete pass because he was bobbling it, and he was just 1 second shy of the bobble.
Yeah, and it's still tough to hold on to that ball because Clement delayed the boom.
Delayed the boom. I like that word, Nick.
Brady McKnight was able to hold on. It's more of a phrase than a singular word.
You're right.
I'll let that go, I guess. McKnight in motion. Simpson over the middle, complete inside the 15. Down inside the 10. Cam Chalice cleans it up.
And Clement
it's
fell
Ellie
down.
again. Jake Ellie has had himself a day this afternoon for Riverside.
Clement fell down, and he was looking for a push-off. Didn't get the call.
First and goal now from the 7. Riverside won't go away here against Martinsburg, and continuing to show the improvements they've made as a program over the years.
When we talked to Coach Boers, it really made me think that the team wasn't that good, but they're showing a great product so far today.
Running to the left, Cameron Simpson gets it inside to about the 6. Yeah, I mean, I asked him what they needed to do to win. He just took a big sigh, like it wasn't going to happen. And I was like, Martinsburg, okay, they should blow this team out. But apparently, Riverside, maybe it was all just an act.
Did you leave that in there? Because we obviously can't hear that.
I took it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I took it out because it made the quote a little bit more, or the soundbite a little bit more clear. But
yeah, that's true.
In the original airing of that recording, yeah. They'll run it up the middle with Tromba. Tromba stacked up.
Chalice in there again?
Yep, Cam Chalice very involved on this drive with tackles. And Lolo Taylor Peretti in on that tackle as well. Both linebackers coming up and making the hit.
We keep talking about Cam Chalice. We've said his name way too much. And honestly, he could be a candidate for WVU Medicine Player of the Game.
Yeah, he's done a nice job on that inside for Martinsburg really all season. But I don't think you guys have given a Player of the Game to a defensive player yet, so, or at least a solo defensive player here. And Cam Shallis in there again. Ellie able to spin him off. Pearson cleaning it up along with Taylor Peretti again. And Cam Shallis nearly made a huge stop in the backfield, still to slow him up and forcing him back to the line of scrimmage. A great job by the Bulldog defense. It's 4th and goal from the 5. I'm going to guess that David Boers is going to stay aggressive and go for it here.
You got to go for it. We're the third quarter now, winding down 12. Why not? You're facing one of the best.
4th and goal from the 10, as it's a 5-yard loss in the play.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Spencer.
You're facing one of the best teams in the state of West Virginia, and why not? It doesn't count as a league game. You got to be aggressive.
Well, they will be aggressive. Simpson looks, end zone knocked away and incomplete. Roman Pearson there on the deflection. Martinsburg will take over with 40 seconds
I think
to go.
he redeems himself after that DPI on the far side of the field right there. Breaking up the pass, 4th and goal. Now Martinsburg takes over, and will he stay out there and play some offense? I think he does. Yeah, he's there on the near side.
Yeah, good play there by Roman Pearson to break that ball up. And again, Martinsburg, a team that can strike quickly, and that feels like an opportunity kind of missed by Riverside. They got it down again in Martinsburg territory. Martinsburg has been tough to stop all day for the most part, and you're down 12, so that was a huge stop by the Bulldogs.
Let's
nice
see if they can do something
hard run by
offensively.
Eric King. He doesn't find much room. Getting out to the 11-yard line.
Let's see if they can do something offensively on this drive. Now it's just 2nd down and 9 at the 11 as the clock will maybe I think they're going to let the clock wind down.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do because you have the 12-point lead, so no reason to rush. Go to the 4th quarter.
Unless you want to run one play. But Ezra doesn't look like he's ready to run a play in 2 seconds.
And they won't run a play as the final few seconds roll off the clock. So we'll head to the 4th quarter. It's been a good one so far here in Painesville, Ohio. Martinsburg with a 12-point lead. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRR TV on YouTube.
Welcome to La Bella Vita, named for my Grandma Vita. Our mountaintop getaway honors her legacy while complementing the home's spectacular views. This recently renovated property boasts a breathtaking landscape of Deep Creek Lake while providing great open interior spaces for a sensational vacation. You'll immediately notice the great room allows for entertaining, dining, and relaxing after long days on the lake or skiing on the slopes of Wisk. Your family and friends will enjoy relaxing in all the open spaces. The home features 6 bedrooms, including 4 that are private suites. And each of the 4 levels of this home feature amazing visibility as far as the eye can see. Like our family, we hope you enjoy making memories here on the mountain. We love sharing the spacious, warm, and inviting home that overlooks the lake. Cheers to the beautiful life, La Bella Vita.
We'll shout out our 3rd quarter sponsors as I missed them, so I will get them now for you. That 3rd quarter is brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance and Orsini's. So thanks to our sponsors all season long here on TV 10, helping us bring the game to you as we have a 2nd down and 9 from the 11. Martinsburg 32, Riverside 20 to begin this 4th quarter. Murphy Clement in the shotgun. He'll take the snap, fake it to the left side, throw out a stiff arm, throw out another stiff arm, going backwards. Now Clement across the 5, across the 10, and gets back to that line of scrimmage. After all that,
barely gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and a little bit shaken up here. But I think he's all right. Probably just got hit kind of awkwardly.
He'll come out of the game, put Ezra back in the game. Hopefully it's nothing more than just a cramp.
Yeah, or maybe rolled an ankle a little bit there, as he did seem to be kind of favoring one side. Also, though, when you get hit like that, that could also be getting the wind knocked out of you, kind of.
Yeah, and the big third down now
But it looks like
for Martinsburg.
either a cramp or an ankle injury based on him now going to the ground and getting stressed out or stretched down, looked at by the trainer.
Probably is stressed out now.
Third down and 9. Bagent under some pressure.
Rush coming.
Throwing off his back foot, complete to Kendall. Can he make a play after the catch? He can't. Great job by Riverside's Ellie and McFarland in there as well to clean it up there. As you know, you get it to a guy like Kendall and he can make some moves after the catch, but Riverside able to stop him short of the first down marker, so 4th and 6, and as of now, it looks like Martinsburg might go for this.
Well, great job by Ezra there to find Kendall there and just as a little dump down and get some yardage on the play because he was dead to rights.
They'll punt it, and this is a shank going out of bounds about the 34-yard line, and that's where Riverside can take over, Spencer. So not what you wanted on the pooch punt, which is usually, great, but it looked like it kind of went off of his outside part of his foot maybe and kind of just dipped out of bounds. And they're actually going to mark it at the 29-yard line where it officially went out of bounds. So Riverside, that turnover on downs doesn't hurt them. They get the ball back here with 10:37, down 12. Chance to make it a one-score ball game on this drive and have favorable field position.
And Clement is still down there on the sideline. That is not good. You'd think he would have gotten back up by now, but hopefully everything is good. He can come back to this game.
Yeah, they're going to need him. I mean, already kind of banged up on defense at corner, and what he gives you on offense can do a lot of different things as a quarterback. So, yeah, if Martinsburg definitely needs him in this ball game. There's a run with Mackey, and he is tackled quickly by Aiden Fleming. So 10:20 now in this fourth quarter. Martinsburg with a 12-point lead, 2nd down and 7. As the ball moves to the 26-yard line for Riverside. Seems like momentum has kind of gone quiet here. The crowd is quiet. Cam Simpson looking toward the end zone. Incomplete.
Almost had a lot of great catches in this game. There have been a lot, and there almost have been some more.
Yeah, Ellie, the intended receiver, he's already made probably our good hands catch of the game. That one-handed snag last quarter, I'd say, Spencer. But still plenty of time in this game. It's been competitive, so we might get another nominee at some point here. But 3rd and 7 here from the 26. 9:56 to go in this fourth quarter, and the Bulldog defense looking to stand strong here and get the stop.
Also, that was great coverage there to not touch the offensive player and not get any penalties there because that could have been bad.
McKnight goes in motion. Simpson dumps it down to McKnight. Inside the 20, inside the 15. First down for Riverside. They move the chains on 3rd and 7.
And I think right there, that's where you miss having Clement, and he's coming back on the field now. That's a great sign for Martinsburg and for Clement. You never want anybody to get hurt.
Yeah, and I saw him drinking some water, so I think it was a cramp as he was kind of laying on his back, just getting some water in him, getting some fluids, they'll get Clement back in there.
You play both ways. It's hard not to get cramped.
Yeah, as Simpson this time is stuffed by Fagan in the backfield. And we talked about it too, or I didn't talk about it, but you and Matt talked about it last night, how it's still really hot outside for October football.
Yeah.
And, that's tough, and that certainly affects the cramping, especially with an afternoon game too, with the sun out.
Well, and honestly, we kind of expect it to be a rainy day. It's come out to be a great day now.
Fagan's tackle attempt has slipped off by the running back. I believe that was Boris on the carry. It was Max Boris. And he is able to get a yard on the play. It's going to be 3rd down here Ball on the 12-yard line, 3rd and 10. Can Martinsburg get a stop on 3rd and 4th downs? Riverside is executed. They fire here, incomplete, staying on his feet. Late hit out of bounds. Ellie has the catch, but that penalty is going to really hurt the Bulldogs.
You can't do that. Martinsburg has had the miscues of making tons of penalties all season long, but in those games they haven't mattered. It's been blowouts where they've caused all those penalties, and this game's only a 12-point game, 8:35 left. They're in scoring position. It's not a good thing. You just gotta, whenever you see whenever you see the chalk line, stop. Whenever you see the hash marks, stop. Pull up.
Yeah, the tough thing there, too, is it seemed like Ellie didn't want to go down, so it was kind of hard to get him out, and then you just keep playing, and sometimes that happens, but obviously a crucial penalty because they would have had to stop there. 1st and goal from the 4. Give us to Trumba. Trumba spinning at the pylon. Is he in? He is. Touchdown, Riverside. It's not over yet. Trumba with his 2nd touchdown run. 32-26 now of 8:25 to go in this 4th quarter.
And Trumba he's obviously shown it all season long with the ability to lead this team in rushing, but you just can't leave. Those penalty mistakes.
Yeah, because it would have been 4th down.
Yeah, it would have been 4th down. Instead, you gave them a 1st and goal with 4 more opportunities, even if they didn't get it there.
Yeah, that's a good point. An extra point. Kind of a bad hold, but the kick is good. So 32-27 should be the score. Now it is, and with 8:32 to go in this 4th quarter, let's take a quick break. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
So 8:32 to go in this 4th quarter. And Riverside playing a great game here at home against Martinsburg. Back and forth action. We're able to get the stop last time, Spencer. Can they do it again will be key. Backing the Bulldogs up to their own, or back to their own 20-yard line here on 1st and 10 from the 20. And
this game is shaping up to be more like Coach Sherman kind of put it, more than the way that Coach Boers put it to us this week.
Yeah, I mean, he said, off camera, I think that really they're very similar to Martinsburg. They have a lot of good athletes. There's a pile drive into the ground.
That's got to be a candidate for Cody's Auto Body Shop. Collision of the game right there.
Henry Bush just driving, I believe it's Kendall, into the ground. Bush has already had some big hits in this game, so see one again there. 1-yard pickup on the play as we get to 8 minutes to go in this 4th quarter. Bajent completes the Clement on the near side. He'll go out of bounds. Get the ball out to the 27-yard line. So 6-yard pickup will be 3rd down here and about 3.
And they're really, missing Clement out there at quarterback because we've seen that on a lot of 3rd downs is he's able to go right up the middle. and find some holes, and he did that on a long touchdown, 42-yard touchdown earlier in the third quarter.
Riverside kind of stacking the box. Got to be aware of Hudson Clement here on the near side with what looks to be one-on-one coverage. They'll keep it with Ezra Bajent very close to the sticks.
Very close. Is it on the 30? Is that where the stick is? And
I think he only got to the 29, so if it is the 30, I think he's going to be about a yard short. It's like a half-yard short where they spot it. It is fourth and like an inch.
I mean, I think you're going to try to draw him off sides here.
This would be very aggressive and very surprising if Martinsburg did go through. They do it, Bajent, and he dives for it for the first down.
Wow.
It's a risky move,
It's
but
a risky move.
Hey, you're the number one team in the state of West Virginia. Go out and prove it and get an inch. If you can't get an inch, maybe you don't believe that you deserve to win the game.
Exactly, and it seems like on this Saturday, both Bajents are balling out today.
Yeah, Tyson leading Shepherd to what will be an easy win over Lock Haven. Ezra trying to lead Martinsburg to what will be a thrilling win over a tough game with Riverside. Oh, man, another big hit there.
By Bush.
Bush, but the first man coming in was Mikey Maloney flying in there. Kendall back to the line or loses one on the play, but he's second down and 11. And again, we roll under 7 minutes here. Martinsburg can kill some clock on this drive and maybe prevent any chance for Riverside to come back if they're able to score and obviously continue to kill the clock. But second and 11 here, crucial down for both teams. Bajent in the shotgun, three receivers to the far side. That's Clement. He's back on the field, and Clement.
The ball's taken away.
Ball comes out. Riverside has it, and the Beavers are going to take it in for the touchdown. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Wow. He just stripped the ball right out of his hands and took it back the distance for a touchdown, and Martinsburg is shocked here with 6:13 left. Now Riverside up 1, going to look to probably go for 2 here.
They put Murphy Clement in the football game there. Bajent was doing such a good job, and it's 33-32. And Clement just has it stripped and taken away, and Riverside now will go for 2 to try to put themselves up 3. What a ball game.
What a ball game. What a ball game in Lock Haven for Shepherd. They're up 69-14. Don't know if that is final yet or not.
33-32. There's 6:13 to go. And we have a timeout from head coach David Borges. We'll take a 30-second break. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and TV 10 on YouTube.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
To Painesville, Ohio. Riverside shocking Martinsburg here after forcing and taking a fumble into the end zone to go up 33-32. There's 6:13 to go.
And it all comes
here in this fourth quarter. And Riverside will go for 2 to go up 3 if they can convert. Simpson in the shotgun. Send a man in motion, and a flag comes in. So while we have a little bit of time, we'll get our fourth quarter sponsors for you on TV 10. This fourth quarter brought to you by Smallwood and Small Insurance and Skinner Law Firm. Spencer, you were making a point there. You can go ahead and make it. I don't know exactly what it was.
I'll make it after.
Okay. Well, we'll set the scene for you here again after the penalty. Martinsburg has had multiple, 2 of them double-digit leads in this ball game. Riverside refusing to give up, probably playing the best game, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, in program history. I mean, based on what we've heard about this program over the years, Simpson fires to the end zone, incomplete.
He had a wide-open man.
2-point.
He had a wide-open man to the right of that guy, and I don't know why he didn't throw it there.
Well, Christian Slack was in there providing some pressure, which probably made it tough for Simpson to see anything.
Yeah.
As big Christian Slack was in there, and he had to throw it quickly. But now, Spencer, go ahead and make that point.
My point was, missed the point after attempt earlier, missed that 2-point conversion. It could be 34-33, or it could be 34-33 right now.
Or 30. It probably would be 34-34 if Riverside made the extra point. But obviously, I think Riverside's missed an extra point and a field goal.
What I'm saying is that those points have come back to haunt Martinsburg. I said that earlier. They could come back to haunt Martinsburg, and that's what's happening. I really thought this second half would have gone a totally different way, knowing Martinsburg through the first 6-7 weeks of the season.
Hey, what I tell you earlier this week, Spencer, 1, a game is never over, and 2, they played the game for a reason, and today has proven that, especially in high school football. On the road into a pretty tough environment, and Martinsburg has been shocked so far, but this game is far from over with 6 minutes to go. The Bulldogs will field it at their own 5-yard line. It's Musgrove. Musgrove across the 20, out to about the 24.
Mark it at the 25, I think.
Yeah, they're going to put him at the 25 where he ended up.
Solid field position for a kickoff return. Actually, just tip of the ball maybe on the 25, so it'll be like the 24 and 3/4 yard line. They're going to mark it on the scoreboard as a 25, but that's definitely not the 25.
Pretty much the 25.
Yes.
We're estimating.
We're not math guys.
33-32, Riverside. 6:08 to go. Ezra Bajan in the offense. Play action. Bajan fires incomplete.
Almost picked off right through the hands of the defender.
Well, first it was through the hands of Pearson, and then a few guys over there on Riverside had a chance at
Brady McKnight through his hands.
Knight's been good for Riverside on both sides of the ball. 6:03 to play. Bajent remains the quarterback. It's a 4-receiver set.
Looking at the wrist jacket for the play.
Take the snap, play action, pump fake, going deep down the middle of the field for Hudson Clement in stride. Clement to the 40, 30, 25, 20. Can he outrun everybody? He will. Touchdown, Martinsburg.
There you go. Martinsburg with the answer, and the Orsini's electrifying play of the game if this score holds up right there.
Hudson Clement. Man, is that kid good. He just makes plays whenever you need him to. Ezra Bajent with the touchdown pass. He's been great today as well. I'm going to say this. Ezra Bajent's my nominee for player of the game right now.
Oh,
Spencer.
yeah, definitely. But you know something that's very less talked about, and I guess I'd have to look deeper into this, is Hudson being recruited because he's a senior.
Yeah. I mean, I believe Matt had mentioned earlier this season he's the number 1 wide receiver in the state of West Virginia, so I'm certain he's getting some good offers. And, I mean, he's a stud out there, that's for sure. And 33-38, we have a timeout, so we'll take a 30-second break with 5:51 to go in this fourth quarter. The Bulldogs retake the lead. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve. That's what we mean by treating you like family.
Jason Barrett.
Welcome back. 5:51 to go in this fourth quarter. The Bulldogs are going for 2 to try to go up by 7. They lead by 5. Ezra Bajan just throwing a huge touchdown pass to Hudson Clement to give the Bulldogs the lead back. Murphy Clement is in now at quarterback to try to get this 2-point conversion. And this is a big play, obviously. They'll give it to Kendall. He fakes it to Hudson Clement on the end around. Did he get in?
Just
They're
short.
marking him short of the end zone. So it's just a 5-point game here, Spencer. 5:51. Riverside has continued to fight in this ball game. It's been right up there with that Highland Springs game in terms of a great football game that we didn't really expect based on what we heard about Riverside, even though they are 5-2 this year and obviously play some tough teams in the state of Ohio. They have came here to play today, and Martinsburg has also answered the bell, though, and didn't let that fumble, ruin this ball game for them. They come back out and they get the score, and that's the sign of a good football team to bounce back.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And to come back to what I said before about Hudson Clement, he is, in fact, being recruited. I don't know if he's committed or not, but to Concord, where former Martinsburg head coach David Walker is now the head coach. Not surprised that since he's a senior, he obviously was there upon when Hudson was playing when he's his freshman and sophomore year. So he obviously has kept an eye on him after he's moved on from Martinsburg.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about, too, you had mentioned earlier the player of the year in the state maybe going to Braxton Todd, and obviously his injuries probably going to prevent him from having a chance. But, sir, Hudson Clement's going to be in the name for in the running 100%. For that. So here's the kickoff, though. Kick it deep for the first time in a long time. It bounces into the end zone for a touchback. And here comes Riverside back on the field. And the Martinsburg defense looking to get this stop here at this point in the game. Up by 5, 5:51 to go in this fourth quarter. Nick Versley and Spencer Dupuis enjoying it here in Paynesville, Ohio. It's definitely been worth the drive, Spencer.
100% worth the drive, and I was thinking to myself, there's no way they go for one of these short kicks. There's no way they do that, and they didn't. They got a long field now. They have to go 80 yards to score a touchdown.
Keys here, I think, Spencer. Penalties.
No penalties.
Martinsburg.
Tight knot. Contest, don't penalize.
Yep.
Contest, don't penalize. Try to stop the run, but also know that pass is there.
Especially the ones in the flat.
Yeah.
Have really hurt the Bulldogs. Martinsburg's crowd into it here on our Wade side, press box side, as they'll run it with Simpson, or Simpson will hand it off, and that play goes nowhere. It's like Slack again at the bottom there, along with Fleming. And Hendricks as well. 5:25 to go now. Martinsburg leads by 5.
This Martinsburg faithful that traveled to the game, making it loud for this Riverside team.
Simpson throws far side. Nice catch, but a good job by Clement to close in on that one and make the tackle.
Yeah, great job by Hudson Clement. He plays both ways, but we have a Martinsburg player. Oh, no, he's just maybe tightening something up over there.
Yeah, I think Musgrove was just kind of fixing a shoelace or something. So we got 3rd and 7 from the 23.
You can hear this Martinsburg faithful that traveled here today. They're making it loud. We don't even have a crowd mic on.
Simpson play action with some time now under pressure. Sacked back at the 15-yard line. I'm not certain who came through there, Spencer. Can you get a number for me?
I cannot. I was trying to make sure that you weren't going to clip over there, but I pulled down your audio just a little bit.
Appreciate it. Bulldogs flying in there and making the play in 4th and 13 And it looks like Riverside will punt, trying to trust the defense with 4 minutes to go here. A bad snap on the punt. It's a low kick. Go out of bounds around the 40-yard line. So it gives Martinsburg good field position here as well.
I think on the sack it was E.J. Hendricks, the sophomore defensive lineman, coming through and grabbing the ankles just enough to get him off the ground.
Good play there by Hendricks, coming up big for his team with under 4 minutes to go. And Martinsburg leading by 5, and now they have good field position. Can kill clock into the end zone and put this one away, most likely. Bagent will give on the ground to Hudson Clement. Clement inside the 35.
We have an injured player for the Beavers. Slow to get up.
It was Bush initially, and then another player down as well.
Yeah, Bush slowly walking off the field.
Looks like
Or is he
Ryan,
going to the ground?
No, Bush got off the field, but Ryan now down on the field for Riverside at about the 31-yard line.
I mean, what a great game we've seen so far. 38 now, 33 is the score, with Martinsburg coming back to be able to take the lead. And this game is really, if you're a Martinsburg fan, worth the trip itself. Be able to see actual competition for your team, something that you've rarely seen this season, is definitely really good.
I don't want to take the break, and good decision, I think, there not to take it as the player gets off the field. And we'll return to action, because at this point in the game, you obviously don't want to miss what could be a crucial play. Obviously, 2nd and 7 here.
I think he could have hit
27. We could have hit a 30. But wasn't certain. And rather not miss the play. 3:40 to go, 38-33. Martinsburg looks to the sideline here. Hudson Clement in at the near side. Bagent, the quarterback. Kendall, the running back. Looks like Barrick, Pearson, and Barclay over there on the far side for the Bulldogs. 3:38 to go. And the clock will roll now. Martinsburg leading by 5 from the Riverside 27.
Cam Chalice now coming out on the field.
Martinsburg seems a little confused here. They'll bring Chalice in for Barclay.
That's probably just the not a lot of time that Barclay's gotten on the field during games with the first team this season, so that may be why they put Chalice in for Barclay right there.
I think it was to block as Kendall gets the handoff. And could have been a late hit there.
Martinsburg faithful wants it.
A.J. Moore kept fighting, and the whistle was blown, but Moore just kept driving back Kendall on the run. Did gain a yard, bring it to 3rd down and 6 from the 26, 2:40 to go in this one. Bagent looks to the sideline. He'll take his time with this play, but obviously Riverside trusting the defense after being kind of backed up and forced to punt. Couldn't really go for it because it was like 4th and 13, so.
Murphy on the sideline, and I know he wants to be in the game right now. He's definitely itching to get back on the field.
But Bagent has kind of had that hot hand, which Coach Sherman talks about all the time. He'll go with whoever's had the hot hand. Bagent will keep and just dive forward. Gains maybe a yard, but I don't know if he even got a yard, and we'll get a timeout for Riverside, so we'll take a 30-second break. And now, 38-33, Martinsburg on top, 2 minutes to go in this.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation, a hearty meal of 12 pieces for just $9 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $9.
Welcome back to Painesville, Ohio. Martinsburg with a 38-33 lead. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuy, happy to have you with us. Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer. Donald Kenny and Harry Brown our cameraman. And Colin McLaughlin back in the studio as we have the final 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go in this one. Martinsburg leading by 5. It's 4th and 5. Murphy Clement is in the ball game at quarterback.
There you go. That's what I just, I said why he wanted to get in there, and he's in there now. 4th down.
Clement will throw. Looking over the middle, touch pass for Hudson. He leaps up and makes the catch inside the 5. That will pretty much seal the deal.
What is going? They're rolling together now.
Yeah. DB trying to fight for the football. Presuming Martinsburg doesn't turn it over, obviously, but now with the ball on the 2-yard line.
I mean, that could have just, that's the game if they can score.
Right, or not turn it over, obviously, here. Yeah. And now you wonder, too, maybe Riverside just lets them score because then at least you get the ball back and you can onside kick and try to pull off a miracle. Murphy Clement keeps. Murphy Clement's into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. With 1:34 to go.
Murphy Clement doing Murphy Clement things. Another touchdown for Clement. And put some respect on this man's name. Get him some Division I offers, maybe.
Same for Hudson.
Yeah.
Both of them. Murphy's only a sophomore.
I mean, Murphy's a sophomore, but.
So he's got time to get his offers.
He's got time, but. Already as a sophomore, get this guy some D1 looks.
The Bulldogs now lead by 11. 1:34 to go. The extra point is up. And good. 45-33, 1:34 to go. We'll take a 1-minute break, and we'll be back with more West Virginia High School football on TV 10.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to Riverside High School in Painesville, Ohio. That kickoff fielded at about the 8-yard line. Out across the 15 to the 30 and then out of bounds. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuy here on the call. Martinsburg rallying back, Spencer.
What a great game.
Yeah, it's been a thriller.
Hey, better high school football game score-wise than when we had the first game of the season, when we did the game together.
I mean, that was just a weird game.
That was a weird game. The lighting delay, I mean, I don't know.
So far, so good on that end. The sun's out, so we can't have a lighting delay unless a major cloud comes over, right? And with 1:28, I don't know if it would really matter. 45-33. Martinsburg leading. And the Bulldogs trailed for a moment there, 33-32. It looked scary, but Hudson Clement broke open in the secondary, scoring a touchdown. Murphy Clement scoring the last touchdown. Here's a big run across the 45-yard line. little bit of frustration from Tromba kind of getting up and just kind of stepping over a Martinsburg player. Minute 15 to go. It's not over yet. If Riverside can score and then get the onside kick and then score again, but it's highly unlikely. But there's a almost great catch on the sideline. Murphy Clement in coverage, intended for Michael Tromba, and pass falls incomplete.
Great job there by Murphy Clement to just play enough defense and not get his hands on him and not cause a penalty, because that's the worst time of the game right now to cause a penalty.
You think about what Murphy Clement's kind of gone through in this game. He had a little bit of a cramp. He fumbled to give Riverside the lead, and then he scores that touchdown, and now continuing to fight on defense. Certainly been a strong performance. Simpson looking to throw again. Fires incomplete for Tromba. Ball bounced on the turf. Be third down.
Now as we're under 1 minute, 59 seconds left, it's the whole ball game right here.
Yeah, 3rd and 10. Obviously, they're going to go for it on 4th down if they're stopped. A 12-point lead, though, for Martinsburg. Certainly feeling confident with it, but got to finish strong here in this final 59 seconds. Simpson, with time, rolls out to the right, looking downfield. Was that intercepted? It was. Lolo Taylor Parati coming up with the interception for the Bulldogs.
And what a way to pull it on defense and clinch the game for your team. That clinched the game for Martinsburg.
Yeah. Diving in front of the receiver, the senior linebacker coming out with the football. And that seals the deal, Spencer. And Martinsburg finishing this game off well. Ezra Bajent and the offense will run back onto the field and probably take a knee and let this clock roll out, as it looks like we might have had a Martinsburg timeout, or potentially, I guess, a Riverside one. I think it was Martinsburg, though, just to make sure they got everybody on the field, get 11 guys out there. You know, don't want any dumb penalties at this point.
And Murphy, I think he's feeling the cramps again and
that
feeling a little lightheaded maybe. It's a really hot day for high school football in October. 75 degrees nearly and sunny for most of the game today.
Luckily that rain held up and allowed really this to be a kind of a shootout and fun football game throughout. Even if Martinsburg finishes most likely here winning by 2 scores, I mean, this has been a really fun game here in Ohio. As most of the Riverside fans begin to exit. Ezra Bajent will take the knee, and they'll have to kneel one more time here. The fans embracing the country roads as Riverside kind of had a sign about country roads. I don't know what it said exactly.
I think it's in the bottom parts of the sign, and I think it was like "Take yourselves home" or something.
Yeah. There's a student section. They're just having some fun.
Having some fun, but Martinsburg gets the great victory today.
Yep. A 45-33 victory. The Bulldogs prevail. It looked a little scary there. It's 33-32. Martinsburg had fumbled. Riverside take the lead, but the Bulldogs get a Hudson Clement touchdown to regain the lead at 38-33. Then Murphy Clement caps it off with a nice touchdown run to make it 45-33. Spencer, your final thoughts?
First of all, this is one of those games I wish we were able to have some more people here, including Colin McLaughlin down on the sideline, because I would love to hear Coach Sherman's reaction after such a competitive game, because I feel like most of these games we've had him that there's just not been much competition for Martinsburg.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll have the Palace Lounge post-game show. This is West Virginia High School football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
WVU Medicine continues to expand to meet the needs of our growing community. We're excited to offer high-quality healthcare in the Shepherdstown area at our new medical office facility located on Route 45 West at 60 McLean Way. Services available at the new WVU Medicine Shepherdstown location include primary care, behavioral health and psychiatry, and specialty care. Plus, 2 departments of Berkeley Medical Center are on-site, lab services, and x-ray services available weekdays 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Make an appointment today at WVUmedicine.org.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
I think he came up with the pick, right?
Welcome back to Painesville, Ohio. Riverside, Martinsburg had quite the ball game here today. The Martinsburg Bulldogs get the win 45-33. Nick Verzolini, Spencer Dupuis here on the Palace Lounge postgame show. And Spencer, probably the second best game of the season, and you and I were lucky enough to get to be here for the call. It will be my only Martinsburg game of the season, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. Exciting game here.
100%. And, the Martinsburg fans that traveled 5.5 hours, definitely worth the price of admission for this one. There's nothing else to say besides worth the price of admission. You got a competitive game, and that's kind of what Coach Sherman wants when they're able to schedule these games that are out of the way, out of the area, just trying to have some competition for his team. And that's what this game was, competition. And that's what you want. This game will make Martinsburg better heading down the stretch, heading into the West Virginia State playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think they played their best game today, but Riverside also played a great game.
Yeah.
And they, headed into this game, they told us flat out they didn't expect to win pretty much.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they expected it to be this close, but Riverside battled, and, this will get you ready for the playoffs, as you mentioned, because there's teams like Huntington out there that are pretty good, Cabell Midland, who might be able to compete with a team like Martinsburg. And Martinsburg, coming in here, it's Saturday afternoon. It's a long road trip. There's a lot of things that play into this, but also give credit to Riverside and how well they executed in this game. And overall, it was a lot of fun and a game that, like you said, will make Martinsburg better, and they get the win and they prevail and face some adversity. I think there's a lot of good things to take away from this game here in Ohio.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think for sure, tune in to Sports Mix Monday. We'll have Brett Sherman on to talk about this.
Unfortunately, like you said before we go to break, this is the type of game that you want that after the game report, because there's really not much to ask the coach when he wins 62-0. But when he kind of grinds it out, has a late little comeback there as well to win.
Then an interception to clinch the game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of time you want to talk with a head coach, is when they're able to, especially a coach like Britt Sherman, who we've talked to all season long, almost every single game. And, most of those games they're winning handedly. Right. This one, they had to grind it out. They had to put together some plays to be able to win it, and they had to come up big on defense.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate we were just a little bit short-staffed today and couldn't bring that to you. But like you said, on Monday we'll have Coach Sherman, so tune into that.
Well, hopefully. It
all
depends on the schedule.
Usually
It's worked out.
It's
worked
usually
out
he's good.
so far.
We'll have him at some point this week to kind
Yes.
of talk strictly about this game and get kind of his thoughts. But overall, Spencer, Martinsburg getting the win here, 45-33. And we look back on this game too. A few key things. Martinsburg goes down early, 7-0. The Bulldogs fall behind early on. Azerbaijan and the offense go back down the field, get a touchdown, tie it up at 7, recover the onside kick, and then get another touchdown to take the lead at that point, 13-7 because they missed the extra point. Riverside kind of stalls out for a little while. The Bulldogs get another touchdown in that first half, led 19-7, and then Riverside answers with that 4th and 4 play that we talked about was kind of a turning point in the game where we were like, when it was 19-7, you were thinking, okay, this is Martinsburg. They've turned it on. They're going to blow this team out and pull away. But then all of a sudden, Riverside converts that 4th down, gets into the red zone, scores another rushing touchdown, making it 19-14. And then we knew it was going to be a ball game. It was going to be a fight.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think this is, like, as we mentioned before, a game that's going to help this Bulldogs team, especially because they've won games handily, but there's been things they've not done well, and it hasn't mattered. And I think in this game, when you're able to say that the things that you did wrong, that you were mistakes, really mattered, that's something that you're going to face in the playoffs, especially late in the playoffs. And, potentially against this Jefferson team here in 2 weeks that, has really shocked the EPAC and is the other undefeated team in the EPAC. And, going down to Spring Valley, that could be a game where, they want to come back after losing last year at home to Spring Valley, that these type of games are the reasons why they could get the win later on in the year.
Yeah, and this will help you get ready for the postseason. Riverside said it heading into the week, hey, this will get us ready for playoffs. Even if we don't win, we can take a lot out of this game and hopefully, compete come Ohio playoffs. And I think they've shown today that they have a chance to do that. And Martinsburg also, getting a competitive game is always good to kind of keep the kids going, because if you win every game by like 40, 50 points, you're not going to – you might take a team lightly in the postseason and then get knocked off. So it was important, I think, that Martinsburg got a tough win here today on the road. And continue to kind of recap what happened in the game. So at that point, it was 19-14. We knew we had a ball game. Martinsburg, though, goes up to start the second half, 25-14. Again, it kind of felt, or right before the second half, kind of felt like Martinsburg might pull away. But Riverside answers again with a touchdown drive, making it 25-20. Martinsburg, though, extends the lead back out again. Riverside responds again. And then that fumble by Murphy Clement that felt like Riverside might actually win this thing. 33-32 made the score at that point, but Martinsburg responds. Bajent finds Hudson Clement for a long touchdown reception, and then Murphy Clement kind of redeems himself, gets a nice little, I think it was like a 4-yard touchdown run to close the game, or to close out this one, 45-33, the win for Martinsburg. Lolo Taylor Peretti with the interception to seal the deal there at the end. So we'll take a 2-minute timeout here on the Palace Lounge post-game show. Palace Lounge located on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll come back. We'll get Spencer's awards, not rewards, but awards in this contest and wrap it up here from Painesville, Ohio, Riverside High School. 2-minute timeout.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome to La Bella Vita, named for my Grandma Vita. Our mountaintop getaway honors her legacy while complementing the home's spectacular views. This recently renovated property boasts a breathtaking landscape of Deep Creek Lake while providing great open interior spaces for a sensational vacation. You'll immediately notice the great room allows for entertaining, dining, and relaxing after long days on the lake or skiing on the slopes of Wisp. Your family and friends will enjoy relaxing in all the open spaces. The home features 6 bedrooms, including 4 that are private suites. And each of the 4 levels of this home feature amazing visibility as far as the eye can see. Like our family, we hope you enjoy making memories here on the mountain. We love sharing the spacious, warm, and inviting home that overlooks the lake. Cheers to the beautiful life, La Bella Vita.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Season. And Spencer, let's get your awards. Where do you want to start here?
Where do I want to start?
I'll just start at the top since you don't know. We'll go to the electrifying play of the game.
I got to give it to Lolo Taylor Peretti getting the win to clinch the game, or getting the interception to clinch the win.
Yeah,
it electrified the crowd that was here and their team to know that they didn't have to continue on defense.
Yeah, I mean, that sealed the deal, and it was a great play, kind of was the final electrifying play. So really, whichever one ended up being the final, right? Hudson Clement's touchdown, the great fumble return by Riverside as well. But, yeah, that's your Orsini's electrifying play of the game. Orsini's not just an appliance store any longer, located at 360 Hack Wilson Way, Martinsburg, or Orsinis.com. Spencer, your collision of the game.
There were so many big collisions in this game, and I feel like there was just so many by this one player for Riverside, that being number 26 senior linebacker Henry Bush. He made so many hits today.
He did. He had one here where he upended a player on the
then he upended somebody down here, and then he had a huge hit down here in the middle of the field. Like,
the one that stood out, though, had to be that one around the 20-yard line on the left side of the field where he just completely
but what makes
power drive.
Yeah, but what makes it stand out to me is the multiple of them. That's kind of why I had to give it to him, is because he had 3 or 4.
So maybe the collisioner of the game, because he was doing all the collisions. That's your Cody's Body Shop collision of the game, located at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone 304-901-477 or visit 4777 or visit their Facebook page. And then, Spencer, your Kelly's Allstate Insurance Good Hands catch of the game. You had a lot of these to think about as well.
I don't know. We about crowned 3 prematurely.
It seemed like every few moments we had a new Allstate catch of the game. Which one do you got? And then maybe I'll throw out a different one.
I don't know. See, I feel like Martinsburg really, up 11 points at half, and then, for Riverside able to come back and, make this a game where they were in front by 1 point. I think it has to be, I believe it's Jake Ellie.
Yes.
That big catch.
One-handed
grab.
Inside the red zone.
Inside the red zone. That's got to be it.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. So Martinsburg won the game, but they might not win the awards here today. That's your Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands catch of the game. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. And finally, Spencer, your WVU Medicine player of the game.
It's a hard one.
I agree. But I kind of gave one out, so I'll let you go with whoever you think.
I'm going to let you have yours.
All right.
And I will have mine. I already I have like 3 people. And one, I'll just give you my nominees. Cam Shallis played extremely great defense and came in there on offense and blocked some as well. Another one has to be Well, I have got 4 now. Ezra Bajent won, but that's yours. I'm not going to take yours. And then Murphy Clement and Hudson Clement. And Lolo Taylor Peretti for clinching the game with
you got
the
like
interceptions.
5 players of the game. I asked for 1. You can't even do that for me. So I'll have to do your job and give you the player of the game. I'll go with Ezra Bajent because he came out here today, and he's kind of had an up-and-down season at times and really threw the ball all over the place. And, again, he's only a sophomore, and he impresses me every week when he makes those big throws down the field, and obviously had the big throw to Hudson for the touchdown. He's a junior. Murphy's the sophomore.
Murphy's the sophomore.
But still, I think this is his first year as the starter.
Yes,
So.
and what I was going to say was it seems like there's been a lot more games where Coach Sherman has rode with the hot hand being Clement.
Yeah.
And today it seems like the hot hand was Ezra. So I agree with that.
All right. That's your WVU Medicine Player of the Game, brought to you by WVU Medicine, of course. Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Centers, leading healthcare here and everywhere. So, Spencer, we look forward to next week for the Bulldogs. It'll be Spring Mills.
Yeah, and they're hosting Spring Mills, so in their game at the Dog Pound, and that's like third home game of the year of 4.
Yep, got one more after
They'll have Jefferson the week after next, and then they'll go on the road to Spring Valley and Huntington, and then it'll be the playoffs where if they continue winning, they should be at home for a few of those games.
Yep, and we'll have volleyball action for you this week as well, correct? Tuesday and Thursday?
I do believe so.
And then I think next week's when we have the off week for volleyball. But
then the week after that, it comes back.
Yeah, so we'll wrap things up here. Bulldogs get the win, 45-33, remain undefeated, now 7-0 for Donna Schaffner, Donald Kinney, Harry Brown, Colin McLaughlin, and Spencer Dupuis. I'm Nick Verzolini saying so long. Have a good rest of your Saturday, everyone. Bulldogs get the win once again, 45-33.
We'll send it back to Colin McLaughlin in the studio for the Extra Point Scoreboard Show.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
When you've been in a wreck, you're hurting, you're confused, the insurance company's calling you.
Insurance companies are not your friend. They have a duty to their shareholders, not to you. That's why you need to call us to make sure that you are maximizing what you are entitled to.
We've recovered over $100 million for our clients. Every case is different, no result is guaranteed. But one thing's for sure, we'll treat you like family.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies, find the right coverage at the right price with easy payment plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
Welcome into the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg Scoreboard Show. I'm Colin McLaughlin here for WRNR TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Martinsburg, with the win, improves to 7-0 on the season, 45-33 over Riverside there in Painesville, Ohio. What a game it was. Martinsburg had control, lost the lead, and it was 33-32. And with 5 minutes or so, they scored 13 unanswered. And Lolo Taylor Peretti, what an interception late in that game to wrap things up for Martinsburg to put the W and make them 7-0. And now Martinsburg will have back at home Spring Mills and then Jefferson, and to conclude the Bulldog season, Spring Valley on the road. That was fun. Let's now look at some scores in NCAA starting in D2. Shepherd dominates Lock Haven. Final score 75-21. So the Rams now 5-1 on the season. Bajent finishes the evening 16 for 25, 314 passing yards, and 5 touchdowns. Let's look at who had those touchdowns for the Rams as well. If I can find it here for a quick second. Go back to 2 touchdowns, it looks like, for Brown, 2 for Beach. It looks like 1 as well for Gonteric, 2 for Schwartz, 1 for Brown, and 2 for Holly. So an absolutely dominating performance for the Shepherd Rams. Again, 75-21. Shepherd beats Lock Haven. And wow, what did I just miss here for the Oklahoma-Texas game? It was tied up at 48 with 10 seconds to go, and Oklahoma wins 54-48 after being down by 2 scores at halftime, led by Caleb Williams, the freshman backup who entered for Spencer Rattler. So the Oklahoma Sooners keep its undefeated season alive over the Texas Longhorns. Trying to see exactly what happened to end this one. It was a 33-yard run for a touchdown with 1 second to go. Wow, I'll have to look at that highlight on Twitter after this one. Great job for Oklahoma, but still in the Big 12, a tough day for our West Virginia Mountaineers. 45-20, the Baylor Bears dominate West Virginia. It was a tough one, and it continues to make you scratch your head on Deggy and Neil Brown and why Deggy is still in there for West Virginia. But let's look at some other exciting games in NCAA Division I. Ole Miss stays on top and defeats Arkansas 52-51. Arkansas went for 2 with a minute to go, missed it, and then did not get the onside kick. Maryland loses to Ohio State 66-17. Penn State and Iowa just kicked off. Some other scores. It looks like Georgia and Auburn are mostly through the first quarter. That's tied at 3 apiece. I'll try to get the Marshall score as well before we end it. Marshall in the third with 4:24 to go, losing to Old Dominion 10-6 at home. So that's your local games, NCAA Division I games. What a day it was in high school football for the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Again, coming out on top there in Paynesville, Ohio against Riverside High School by a final score of 45-33. It's going to conclude the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg scoreboard post-game show. I'm Colin McLaughlin signing off here from the WRNR studio in Martinsburg. The Bulldogs 7-0 now, and don't forget to tune in next week as they take on the Spring Mills Cardinals.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, The Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Friends of Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, The Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, Kelly Allstate Agency, Milestone Realty, Miller Honda, The Mid-Atlantic Group, The Mirius Group, Orsini's Home Store, The Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford, Rocks, Spring Valley Farm Market, Sunset Car Wash, the Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance, and WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.